SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder.
Yeah. We got a full house. Ready? Yeah. And we will call our July 2026 South Dakota Game Fish and Parks Commission meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being with us here in person in Webster, South Dakota. And for those of you joining us online, we appreciate your participation as well. We will get started. One of the first things that we always do is the conflict of interest disclosure. As the chair, I am required to read a portion of this conflict of interest disclosure at the beginning of every meeting. So at that time, right now I will do that. Now is the time for the commission to consider any written or verbal disclosures of conflicts of interest by current and former commission members. If any member of the commission has completed a written disclosure of a conflict of interest, the commission will consider the disclosure at this time. If any commission member wishes to verbally disclose an interest in a contract as defined in SDCL 3-23-1, a direct benefit from a contract as defined in SDCL 3-23-1 and 3-23-2, or any other conflict with any matter on today's meeting agenda, please identify the contract or other matter in which you have a conflict of interest and generally describe the nature of the conflict. Also, if during the meeting you become aware that you have a conflict of interest with any proposed contract or other matter, please notify the chair of the conflict and generally describe the nature of the conflict. And last, if you disclose a conflict of interest, the commission must vote on whether the matter underlying the conflict is fair, reasonable, and not contrary to the public interest. You may not participate in the commission's discussion and vote on the conflict. With that being read, do we have any members of the commission that feel they have a conflict of interest on this month's meeting agenda? Very good. We'll move on. Approval of the previous meeting minutes. These have been available not only to the commission but also to the public. They are from last month's commission meeting. Any questions on the minutes? Seeing none, we do need a motion and a second to approve those.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Nyberg, second by Cole. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those meetings are approved. Additional commissioner salary days in between commission meetings. Commissioners will do work on behalf of the commission and the department, whether it's a working group or others. We do have some salary days. Julie Bartling, Travis Teal, Kevin Nyberg, Dean Kirkaby, and myself. Do we have any questions from the commission regarding these salary days? Seeing none, we do need to approve those, so we need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Moved by Cole.
Second.
Seconded by Whitmire. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those salary days are approved. And with that, we are to item number 4, license list request, and we have our Deputy Secretary, Mr. Scott Simpson.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Secretary Roebling, Scott Simpson, Deputy Secretary for the department. We do have one license list request this month. I've been working with Ian Merriweather from the Watertown Regional Airport. Watertown has recently put in a new terminal, and they are offering some additional expanded flight opportunities into Watertown. And they are looking for a list of non-resident pheasant hunters that they can market this opportunity to. They're hoping to fill up some flights and fill up their terminal and provide an additional opportunity for some non-residents to fly into Watertown and hunt that area. So this is a pretty typical request. This would be at the full fee of $100 per 1,000 names, and we would seek your approval on that license list request. And again, this is only for the names and mailing addresses.
Very good, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Comments? We do need to move this forward, so we would need a motion and a second. Move to approve by Commissioner Teal.
Second.
Seconded by Cole. Comments on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? It will move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. With that, we're going to skip around a little bit, as we do like to keep the public hearing and open forum beginning at 2 p.m. Central as it's outlined in our agenda. So in able to do that, we are now going to skip down to proposals. We will take up number 8 on our agenda, fishing seasons and regulations proposals, with Mr. Jake Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling. Jake Davis, Fisheries Program Administrator. I have several GFP recommendations for your consideration this afternoon. Take them one at a time and answer any questions after each. So the first one in your Commission book, dealing with the aquatic invasive species chapter, we have 2 recommended changes. The first would be to add golden mussel to the current list of aquatic invasive species. We do this periodically, review AIS species that they may not be currently found in South Dakota. However, there is a chance that they could make their way here. So by being proactive and listing them, they would then fall under our other AIS regulations. Golden mussel are currently found in the western portion of the United States, California in particular. In this case here, the spread would be east. Many times when we talk mussels, such as zebra mussels, it would be a western spread. However, golden mussels introduced into California, they have started to move from that location, and they have similar impacts to zebra mussels. They can attach, they can clog pipes, things like that. So we do feel that it is necessary to add golden mussel to our current list of AIS. The second change would be to modify an exemption that would allow for, currently it's prohibited to have vegetation attached to your watercraft during launching and removal and under operation. However, we have an exemption that allows for certain types of vegetation for blind material. In particular, waterfowl hunters like to take natural vegetation, attach it to their watercraft for hunting purposes. However, what we're seeing is that there's a species, a native and non-native common reed, hard to differentiate, but it's a common blind material. So we would like to exclude the use of common reed for blind material within that exemption to allow for blind material such as cattails to still be used for waterfowl hunters, just not common reed. There is a possibility that it's attached to a boat. In most cases, users aren't going to be able to tell the difference between the native and non-native variety, and we don't want them to contribute to the spread of the invasive Phragmites common reed through waterfowl hunting. Any questions on those 2 items in the aquatic invasive species chapter?
Questions from the Commission? Seeing no questions, no. Jake, do you want us to go ahead and move on this, or do you want to get through all of these and then we take motion one at a time? What would you prefer?
I think we would probably move on each individual one would be my recommendation.
Yeah, okay. So move to adopt, this is chapter 41-1004. We do need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nyberg. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? So it will move forward. So, and then just for those listening and following along, finalization will take place in September, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next recommendation we have is the bait chapter. This is 410904. This is dealing with a reporting requirement for resident retail bait dealers. If they trap their own bait, they need to report that in an annual summary. However, very few of them actually do that. And so by removing this requirement, it's just reducing some regulatory authority or burden on those ones that don't. If you are a resident retail bait dealer that does in fact still trap your own bait, there's another rule that you would have to follow that still requires a reporting. However, for the ones that don't, this would allow them to no longer report an annual summary because they're not actually collecting that bait. So again, just reducing some regulatory burden on those users.
All right, any questions from the Commission on this particular item?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Commissioner Whitmire, seconded by Commissioner Teal. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. It will go forward. Okay?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Next chapter is going to be the fish limits. This is 410703. We have 2 recommended changes here. First one is dealing with the current muskie regulation on inland waters. Currently is catch and release for muskie and tiger muskie, which is a cross between northern and muskie. on all inland waters. Our recommendation to allow some opportunity would be a 1 daily 2 in possession limit for muskie on all inland waters with a 45-inch minimum. Previously, we have had a limit on muskie with a minimum of 40 inches. The idea here would be that we would allow for the opportunity for harvest, but with a 45-inch minimum, it would still provide that trophy component that muskie can provide with that large fish opportunity. So that would be our recommendation for muskie on inland waters. Again, would be 1 daily, 2 in possession with a 45-inch minimum. I can certainly take any questions on muskie before we move to the next recommendation, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the commission? Seeing none? All right, all those in favor? We do need a motion. Moved by Commissioner Call. Or did you want to go over REITs?
We can certainly cover REITs, yes,
Okay.
yes. Thanks, Madam Chair. So the next one within this chapter would be to modify the current daily harvest limits for REITs Lake located in Dade County. Currently, it has a very unique regulation that was put in place in conjunction with a access agreement to allow for public access that had specific harvest limits, size restrictions for species of fish, as well as dates that were allowed for users. However, that access agreement is no longer in place. Additionally, after visiting with the landowner, they do not intend to enter back into an access agreement, and they are in favor of changing this regulation back to the statewide harvest regulations that we have for daily limits.
Okay, very good. With that, any questions from the commission? Now we can take a motion.
And it's 410703.
This one is 410703, correct. Move to approve by Cole. Seconded by Teal. Questions, comments on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, very good. All right, it will move forward. Again, finalization will take place in September.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. The next one I have for you is the fishing tournaments chapter. This is 410915. This is dealing with dates where fishing tournaments are not allowed to occur. We have a number of them dealing with busy holiday weekends. Fishing tournaments in general, a lot of their approvals are based on crowding issues that may happen at a certain access point. We wanted to go in and clarify. In many cases, we talk about the Friday before a busy weekend, such as Memorial Day or Labor Day. However, with the 4th of July in particular, with that holiday moving throughout the week, depending on the year, it was not very clear that if the 4th of July falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, that a fishing tournament could still occur on the Friday prior to that, which is also a very busy time. If you think about this last 4th of July falling on a weekend, that Friday before is very busy. So we want to clarify that if the 4th falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, the Friday before is also a date where a fishing tournament cannot occur just because of the busy holiday weekend that happens.
Any questions? Move to approve by Nyberg.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitmire. Any questions on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, it will move forward. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next one I have for you is importation of fish. This is chapter 410908. This is just to remove some of the list of pathogens that we have, a regulatory concern. If this relates to fish importation permits, if somebody's going to import fish into the state, we require fish health certificates. However, after reviewing some of the pathogens that are listed, we don't feel that they're necessary, just due to maybe not being as big of a concern as initially thought once put on there. This would reduce regulatory burden by the folks looking to have these fish tested and then have them imported in the state, allow us to more easily issue a fish importation permit as long as they pass the testing that we're looking for. So really, this is just going through and reviewing the current list of fish pathogens of concern and removing the ones we feel are no longer necessary.
Very good. Questions from the commission? We do need a motion. Move to approve by Commissioner Teal. Seconded by Commissioner Whitmire. Comments on that motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. It goes forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last one I have for you is the paddlefish season. This is 410705. This is dealing with some transportation requirements for paddlefish that are taken below Gavins Point Dam. We have several paddlefish seasons. One is an archery season during the month of June, and one is a snagging season in the month of October. The snagging season has a restriction on size where fish of a certain size have to be released. So because of this, law enforcement needs to be able to determine the size of the fish when they encounter it for inspection. So because of that, there's a restriction where anglers can only remove portions of the fish, but they still need to be whole enough so that law enforcement can essentially get a measurement on that fish to make sure it's not within that protected slot limit. Now, however, that only applies to the snagging season. Our archery season, there is no protected slot because there is no catch and release archery. You harvest a fish with archery equipment, you're going to take that fish, that's your tag. However, the way that the rule is written, that transportation requirement still applies to the archery season. So because of that, we would like to specify that it only is applicable to the snagging season so that any fish taken during the archery season can be cleaned by a user prior to transport home. So again, the idea here is that we're providing some opportunity during that archery season for folks to clean their harvested paddlefish, but then in the snagging season, they would still need to abide by that cleaning restriction so that law enforcement can still inspect the overall length of that fish.
Questions from the commission? Move to approve by Commissioner Cole. Seconded by Commissioner Teal. Comments on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? It goes forward. Very good. All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. And again, all of those will be up for finalization during our September commission meeting. With that, we're going to move to item number 9, bobcat season and population status.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling, Andrew Norton, Wildlife Program Administrator, and here today, item number 9, bobcat trapping and hunting season. If you can hear me fine, and if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'd like to start by having Chad Lehman provide a presentation on a status update in regards to the bobcat population.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Like it's a whole weekend. Yeah, the donor showed up.
Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. There's some background noise that might drown you out a little bit.
I got 3 volunteers.
We hear some talking, yeah.
Okay. Hey, guys. Mission meeting? All right.
There we go. Good job.
Sorry about that. Madam Chair, Commission, Secretary Roebling, then Chad Lehman, Senior Wildlife Biologist for South Dakota Game Fish and Parks. And I'm going to present an update on bobcat research and management and a harvest update. So if we could bring up the PowerPoint, I think Chris has that available. Okay, we can just go to the first slide there, Chris. All right, perfect. Okay, so I'll just start with a quick background on the research that's been conducted in the state of South Dakota. We collected some data on female survival from 2014 to 2016 out near Union Center in the western prairie of South Dakota. And we've also collected a pretty extensive research data set in the Black Hills from 2016 to 2020. And what we found through our research is adult female survival is incredibly important, and that's the primary driver of population growth in bobcats. And if you look at that table on the right there, that is an elasticity table, or basically a table that shows the importance of each one of those vital rates that we collect. And adult survival, without a doubt, adult female survival is the most important. And it's followed by adult female fecundity, and then kitten and juvenile survival. So those are of secondary importance, and we also like to track kitten or juvenile ratios when we look at harvest data as well. Okay, next slide. So when we look specifically at the Black Hills harvest, female harvest is incredibly important and influential on population growth. And when we looked at our harvest rate, on which when we were doing our study, it was at 23 to 24% of the population. And we would need to decrease that down to 7 to 9% to allow for a positive mean growth rate. And so that's where we came up with a recommended change in the Black Hills unit of going from a moderate harvest strategy to a low harvest strategy. And I'm going to talk about those harvest strategies here in a moment. Okay, next slide. So in our Bobcat management plan, we've got 3 management zones in which we conduct a harvest. We've got the Black Hills Management Zone, West River, or the Western Bobcat Management Zone, and then the Eastern Bobcat Zone. And on the left side of this slide, we also have harvest going back to 2016 for all of these different zones. And you can see that in the Black Hills, we've gone from a high of 53 down to a low of 19. And in the last couple years, we're at a lower harvest there because we did change our harvest strategy from a moderate to a low strategy in 2024. So that explains that decrease there. And in West River, you can see we've been pretty variable from 106 up to most recently here we're up to 100 or 388. So we've seen a steady increase here recently in the West River zone. And then the same for East River as well. We've been steadily increasing. In the last couple of years, we've seen a higher harvest in the East River zone. Okay, next slide. So within each one of these zones then, per our management plan, there's one of 2 harvest strategies that we can implement. The moderate harvest strategy is a 52-day season that allows for an unlimited bobcat harvest. And that's currently what we're at in the West River zone. And then a low harvest strategy then is the same 52-day season, but it allows a hunter or a trapper to only harvest 1 bobcat per season in that zone. And that's where we're at with currently for the Black Hills and for the East River zones. Okay, next slide. And here's just a quick summary of some harvest data from this past year. We need to provide harvest data to the Fish and Wildlife Service and a Bobcat report each year. And so we summarize our harvest data. And last year we provided, or we found that there was a total of 479 Bobcats harvested. So that was a slight increase from the previous year. Most of that harvest occurred in the West River zone, 81%. 4% were taken in the Black Hills zone, and 15% were in the East River zone. And typically, what we see year after year is West River is definitely the area where we see the biggest harvest of bobcats in the state. So then we also collect canine teeth and DNA from the carcasses. We have a mandatory at the check-in where the trappers have to provide the lower jaw, and we need that to obtain adult or juvenile age status, and also we collect the DNA for also determining male versus female based on DNA markers. And so if you look at that bottom table, you can see there we've got it broken out by zones, and then the percentage of juveniles by zone. And the main thing you want to look at there is the percent. So statewide we're at 11%. Black Hills we were at 0%. West River 11%. And East River 14%. So that gives us an indication then of potential juvenile animals being recruited through the harvest in our population. And so we like to follow that and see where we're at within each one of these zones. Okay, next slide. So as I mentioned earlier then, we're going to recommend that we maintain the low harvest strategy in the Black Hills unit. We want to maintain the moderate harvest strategy in the West River Zone unit, and then also maintain the low harvest strategy in the Eastern unit. Okay, and that is it, and I will be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Seeing no questions right now, I don't know, Andrew, maybe after we hear from Andrew, we may have a few.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the action sheet in front of you with agenda item 9, as a result of no recommended change, as Chad just described, there wouldn't be any action we would be asking the commission to take in regards to moving a proposal forward. So I can just try to really quickly provide a summary of what the season would look like for the next 2 years with the season dates. December 26th to February 15th. Non-residents start a little bit later, which would be the second Saturday in January. Chad did a great job describing the open units, the 24 hours that individuals have to check in or register their Bobcat. I believe if it is a Chris or whomever is running the screen, maybe they could share the action sheet and I could just follow through. We'll definitely get to that on the next item with endangered and threatened, but I want to just reiterate those harvest tables that Chad shared on the second page of the action sheet. Go one more page down. Here we are. So those 2 harvest tables, if you could scroll down a little bit more, basically the right column, that total harvest is a summary of what Chad was sharing. Statewide, pretty stable. But what I did want to point out is in the last 2 years, you can see Bobcat harvest is in the 400s and it jumped up quite a bit. One thing that we also track is fur prices, and Bobcat pelts are quite valuable these days, a lot more than what they were a few years ago. In fact, I think they were maybe around $100 5 or 6 years ago, and now they're up to about $500. So why is that important? Well, in table 2, as Chad mentioned, for the Black Hills, we did limit that to 1 Bobcat per individual 2 years ago, and you can see that subsequent drop in harvest, it was cut in half about. According to Chad's presentation, we actually really want to cut it down to a third of what it was to have a stable Bobcat population. Importantly, had we not limited that to 1, we may have been expecting numbers in the 50s or 60s or even 70s with these current prices. So just an example of hopefully a good measure that we did 2 years ago to ensure that we don't have a continuously decreasing population of Bobcats in the Black Hills, and hopefully we're relatively stable at the current time with that harvest right around 20 individuals. And that was all I had for that. Again, no recommended change, so no action needs to be taken, but certainly Chad or myself are happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Spring.
I was going to ask, you were saying about it, having a limit on the Bobcats. Is that in effect now, or is it unlimited on Bobcat?
Through the chair?
Yes, please.
So it's unlimited in the West River Zone, excluding the Black Hills. So an individual can harvest 1, 2, 3, as many Bobcats as they want during the season. In the Black Hills Zone, an individual can only harvest 1 Bobcat, and east of the river, an individual can only harvest 1 Bobcat.
I noticed in our area when you mentioned about those years when they studied them there, I knew the guy personally, and they couldn't find any Bobcats in our area at all at that time. But in the last few years, there's been many sightings, and a neighbor even trapped 3 of them, and I was just wondering if you'd heard anything about how they've populated up. The wild turkey population went down dramatically in the last year or two because, I think, of the bobcats. Would that be true?
Through the chair, I may leave that one for Chad since he's going to have a much better understanding of the biology out there in the West River.
Yes.
Through the chair?
Yes, please.
That's a great observation. Definitely bobcats eat turkeys without a question. They're a mesopredator, so they typically target and feed primarily on animals like rabbits. Cottontail rabbits actually make up the bulk of their diet. When we had our grad student out there, Brandon, he was also looking at diet analysis, and what he found was 70 to 80% of their diet was cottontail rabbits. And then the remainder of that was going to be things like turkeys and deer and other animals. But they definitely will eat turkeys, but it definitely appears like cottontail rabbits are a big important food item for them. And certainly it'd be nice to collect data on correlations between cottontails and bobcats, because I think they're closely related. But yeah, without a question, they definitely eat turkeys. And I would say in your area there, where Brandon collected his data, we had really good adult female survival during his study. It was in the neighborhood of, I believe, 70 to 80%. So we did see pretty good female survival during his study. So they appeared to be pretty healthy. We did not collect any data on kitten survival there. So we didn't have any latter rate data on that, but they were, I think, doing pretty well as far as the 2 years that he collected the female survival, if that answers your question.
Commissioner Spring, any other comments or questions?
No. Thank you for the information.
Very good. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, as Andrew mentioned, there are no recommended changes. Therefore, we do not need to move this forward with a vote. Thank you, Chad Lehman, Andrew Norton, for the information. We'll move on to number 10, and it looks like, Andrew, you'll stick with us for 10. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. Item number 10 is the endangered and threatened species information update and recommendation. And if I could, similar to the last one, turn this over to Mandy Pearson, who will provide some information on the recommended changes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm you guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Sounds good. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Secretary Roebling. My name is Mandy Pearson, and I'm a senior wildlife biologist with our non-game conservation program. Today, I'm going to be presenting on the 2026 biennial review of the South Dakota Threatened and Endangered Species List. This is our current South Dakota Threatened and Endangered Species List, which includes 21 species. The list is a valuable tool for GFP and our partners because it identifies species at risk in South Dakota and helps guide conservation priorities. To be effective, the species on this list should be clear, attainable, have clear, attainable conservation goals that support recovery, provide a path towards eventual delisting when these goals are achieved. We also regularly evaluate each species status to ensure the list includes only those for which targeted conservation efforts can make a meaningful difference. If a species is determined to be presumed extinct, we assess whether its continued inclusion on the list is still appropriate. For the 2026 biennial Threatened and Endangered Species List review, we are recommending 2 rule changes related to the delisting of 2 species. Next slide. I'm going to review the significant changes outlined in this review, which includes the recommendation to delist the Eskimo curlew from state endangered, the recommendation to delist the least tern from the state endangered, update recovery criteria for osprey and peregrine falcon, and the establishment of recovery criteria for the eastern hognose snake and the lion snake. Next slide. The Eskimo curlew has been listed as a state endangered species since 1978. We are recommending delisting the species due to best available information that indicates the species is likely extinct through its range that includes South Dakota. The last confirmed sighting was in 1963. The last South Dakota specimen was collected in 1878 near Pierre, and GFP has no records of this species in the South Dakota Non-Game Conservation Database. In 2021, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service 5-year status review also concluded that the probability of this species remaining extant is extremely low. However, this species will remain federally endangered and continue to receive federal protections. Removing it from the state list allows us to focus our limited conservation resources on species where targeted recovery efforts can have the greatest impact. Next slide. Least terns have been listed as a state endangered species since 1978. Delisting is recommended for the least tern because survey data collected by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers demonstrates that this species has met the state recovery goals established in the least tern and piping plover management plan, and this recommendation is further supported by the species' federal delisting in 2021. Next slide. Here I want to highlight the true success story of least terns in South Dakota. Since the early 1990s, the Army Corps of Engineers has conducted long-term surveys that were instrumental in documenting the species' recovery and supporting both federal and state delisting. As shown in the graph, least tern populations have met and exceeded the state recovery goal. The species has also met recovery goal for productivity and habitat, demonstrating a successful recovery across multiple measures. The delisting of least terns is a great example of what can be accomplished through collaboration, long-term monitoring, and effective habitat management. Next slide. To incorporate more attainable and realistic recovery criteria, we are recommending a revision for osprey outside the Black Hills. As you can see on this slide, the recovery criteria are separated between the Black Hills and areas outside the Black Hills to reflect differences in population size. Currently, outside the Black Hills criteria requires at least 6 active nests per year for at least 3 years within a 7-year period, with at least 4 of those nests being successful. We are recommending reducing that criteria at least 3 nests active per year, with at least 2 of those nests being successful. Next slide. If you've spent any time in the Black Hills during the summer, you've probably seen an osprey. They're doing extremely well. As the graph shows, the population has rebounded remarkably since the early 2000s. The species has met the recovery criteria for the Black Hills, but has not yet met the recovery criteria for areas outside the Black Hills. Currently, there are only 7 known nests outside the Black Hills, and their occupancy has been inconsistent over the years. So the population has never come close to meeting the current delisting criteria for outside the Black Hills. With the revised recovery criteria, we are hopeful that this species can be delisted in the near future, reflecting its successful recovery in South Dakota. Next slide. We are recommending a minor revision to the peregrine falcon recovery criteria to add a definition of an active nest. The proposed definition is as follows. An active nest is defined as a nest that is claimed or built by a pair in which eggs are laid during the nesting season. This revision provides clarity when evaluating the recovery criteria. Next slide. The peregrine falcon has been doing very well in the Black Hills of South Dakota and was downlisted from endangered status in 2022 after meeting its established recovery criteria. If you could click for a little animation. Perfect. As shown in the graph, the species has met the recovery criteria by maintaining an average of at least 5 active nests over a 5-year period within 6 years, along with the required productivity levels. From 2017 to 2025, Bob Oakleaf conducted peregrine falcon surveys for GFP. In his final year, he trained GFP staff and helped establish a long-term monitoring program, which GFP began implementing in 2026. Because we have transitioned to this new monitoring approach, we plan to continue collecting data before moving forward with the proposed delisting. However, we are very hopeful that this species can be delisted in the very near future. Next slide. Eastern hognose snakes are currently listed as state threatened, and recovery criteria were developed for the first time during this review. To delist this species from threatened status, we are recommending criteria require documented occurrence in at least 3 river basins within a 10-year period, as well as evidence of reproduction at least 2 river basins within a 5-year period. These criteria were developed by reviewing the species' known and historical distribution, along with recovery criteria from other states. Because no other states have established recovery criteria for the species, we developed realistic, state-specific criteria based on expert knowledge to identify when a healthy, self-sustaining population is present on the landscape. Next slide. Line snakes are currently listed as state endangered, and recovery criteria were also developed for the first time during this review. To downlist the species from endangered status, we recommend criteria requiring documented occurrences in at least 6 counties and 2 subbasins within a 10-year period. To fully delist this species, we recommend criteria requiring evidence of reproduction in at least 4 counties and 2 subbasins within a 5-year period. The same methods were used to develop the eastern hognose snake criteria were used to develop these criteria as well. Next slide. I just want to quickly highlight some of the great work that's happening across the state to monitor and conserve South Dakota's threatened and endangered species. We annually monitor American dippers, osprey, and peregrine falcons. We submit annual whipping crane migration sightings to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We assist the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers with Missouri River piping plover surveys. We assist with black-footed ferret surveys across the state. We monitor waterways annually for threatened and endangered species. And we continue to protect and enhance quality habitat throughout the state that benefits threatened and endangered species as well as many other species. Next slide. If anyone has any questions, I've included my email. Additionally, I want to give a huge thank you to the amazing staff that have helped with this review. That includes Kaylee Meacham, Chelsea Passbrigg, Jess Spicer, and J.M. Weidler. And thank you for your time.
Very good. Questions, comments from the commission? Seeing none. Andrew, did you want to come back and lead the commission through what we will be voting on today?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the department does have a recommendation here, and Mandy went through several items, did a great job of explaining different things that would be recommended to be changed. There's only one rule change that we would propose, and that's to the list that you can see on the screen in front of you here. Some of the other information that Mandy shared that we definitely would like to solicit some public comment over the next 2 months on is the update to the status reviews and the criteria that she had established for osprey, peregrine falcon, hognose snake, and the lined snake. So that wouldn't be any administrative rule change, but certainly would welcome public comment in regards to the new criteria that Mandy outlined. And definitely want to reiterate the success story here and the good work that her team has been doing with, the goal is always to remove species from this threatened and endangered list. And as you can see, there's 2 items here that are up for recommendation, the Eskimo curlew and the least tern, that hopefully makes sense that they've met their criteria, and the other one being extinct, obviously not as good news with something being extinct, but almost certainly hasn't been in South Dakota for decades and decades and maybe ever. So what that accomplishes is we reduce that list from 21 now to 19, is that we can focus more of our resources on those 19 species as opposed to spending additional time on species that aren't necessarily of concern in the state and should be listed on the TNE list. So definitely I want to reiterate the good news that we have today with that, and then hopefully in 2 years we can also recommend some other species such as the osprey and peregrine, as Mandy alluded to. So this recommendation today would be, ideally, if the commission agrees for approval and proposal here today, and then would be finalized at the September meeting. This would be a permanent change to the threatened and endangered species list, Chapter 41-1002, and that would be to modify it by removing those 2 bird species, the Eskimo curlew and the least tern. Mandy did a great job describing all the supportive information, and the rule change is just simply striking those 2 species from the list. Don't have any other additional information to share, but certainly myself or Mandy could take questions and would ask the commission if they agree to move forward with the recommended change here to the endangered and threatened species list.
Very good. Questions from the commission? Comments? Seeing none, we do need a motion and a second.
Motion to approve, Nyberg.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nyberg. Seconded by Commissioner Teal. Comments on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. It will go forward. Thank you, Andrew and Mandy. Great presentation. Job well done. And with that, I understand we have some introductions that need to happen this afternoon.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Secretary Roebling. Yes, I have two introductions this today. First one, both of these guys are park maintenance technicians, brand new to our system. First one is Ethan Vetch, who is our new park technician out at Oahe Downstream. Ethan is from Blunt, South Dakota. He graduated from Sully Boots High School in Oneida. Ethan's background includes farming, heavy equipment operation, mechanic, construction worker. He's also spent the beginning part of this summer as a seasonal maintenance employee at Farmlands and kind of whetted his taste for this job. Ethan enjoys spending time outdoors, hunting, fishing, off-roading, and motocross. He also spends a lot of spare time doing mechanic work. So we just think Ethan's going to be a great fit for our park operation, a lot of those skills that you saw today. So we won't let him ride his motocross bike through the park zone and rip them up, though. That would not be good. So anyway, the other one is Norm Nealon. Norm is our park maintenance technician up at Spring Creek Recreation Area. Norm and his wife Deb are longtime residents of the Pierce, South Dakota area. Norm brings a diverse background to our team and also holds a bachelor's degree in vocational education and a technical associate's degree in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Norm enjoys camping with his family in his spare time and has a passion for long-range precision shooting. We're excited to have Norm on our team, and Ethan as well. Thanks for stepping up, guys, and looking forward to meeting you out in the field.
Very good. Thank you, Director, and welcome both Norm and Ethan to Team GF&P. And with that, I think Nick was going to introduce a new staff member as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by quoting Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Every now and then God works in wonders. Behold, an attorney and an honest man." This is Will Peniston, our new staff attorney for the department. Will comes from Sioux Falls. However, he will be stationed in Pierre with our department there in the Foss building. He is a graduate from the Knudsen School of Law down at the University of South Dakota in Vermillion. Followed a similar path to myself. Was an undergrad at the University of St. Thomas in philosophy. We were both at different times in seminary. So apart from guiding the department through all the legal problems that come our way, we are hoping to get everyone to heaven as well. So thank you for making him feel welcome.
Very good. Thank you, Nick, and welcome, Will. And with that, I know we've, would we be able to take 14 at this time, Secretary Roebling? Is that appropriate? If our presenters for 14 are ready, I think we'll move there. Sean, is he online? Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, this is Sean Blanchette, Business Administrator for the Parks Division. Wanted to provide the Commission with an update on the Dock 44 prospectus. If you remember, Dock 44 is one of our concession operations down at Snape Creek Recreation Area, which is about 15 miles west of Platte on Highway 44 on Lake Francis Case, where we have a restaurant, a boat marina, and 2 rental cabins there. That's what makes up that concession operation. Again, we're in the last year of a 10-year lease, which means we are currently in the prospectus and advertisement process. Back in April, the Commission approved the issuance of a prospectus for the opportunity. Well, that prospectus was issued on April 10th, and we had established a deadline to receive proposals of June 26th. During the last 2 weeks of that advertisement period, we'd had several conversations with our concessionaire. While the department had at that time not received direct inquiries or interest, our concessionaire indicated that she had, in fact, received some very recent, what she categorized as serious interest. And so as we were coming up on the expiration date of that prospectus, we discussed our options with our concessionaire at Dock 44, one of which includes an authority that we wrote into the prospectus for the Parks Director to extend that prospectus at any time, so long as it's done so prior to the due date. The concessionaire indicated that was her preferred options, so that, you know, to avoid an interruption of the advertisement and solicitation and keep the opportunity on the market to allow the party that had reached out to her time to consider the opportunity and perhaps develop a proposal in response to it. So on June 25th, we elected to exercise that option, and we have since extended that prospectus for the period of roughly 1 month with a new deadline of July 31st. Regardless of what that result is, we will be back. We will report back to you at the September meeting based on what the results of that are. So just a quick update, but if any of you have any questions, I'd stand by for those.
Any questions for Sean from the commission? Seeing none, we appreciate the update. Thank you, Sean. And with
Thank
that,
you very much.
we are about 10 minutes out from our 2 p.m. where we can do open forum and take public comment. So we will just take a short 10-minute break, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Mountain.
When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder.
All right, everyone, I'd like to go ahead and get started. If you could please find your chairs. And welcome back, everyone. We're going to get right back into our agenda. We are at the 2 p.m. Central mark of today, which means it's time for the public hearing and open forum portion of this meeting. Our staff attorney, Mr. Michaels, will be facilitating.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a reminder to our members of the public, you are limited to 3 minutes when you address the commission here. I will be keeping track of your time. I'll let you know when you've hit your 3-minute mark, at which point you do need to wrap up your comments. Please also state your name prior to making your comments, as we are making a record of these proceedings. We'll first start with agenda item number 11, the general license provisions finalizations. Is there anyone present here today in person who wishes to address the commission specifically on these general license provisions finalizations? Seeing no one, is there anyone present online who wishes to address the commission on the general license provisions finalizations? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, we'll then move to agenda item number 12, the spring and fall turkey seasons finalizations. Is there anyone present here in person who wishes to address the commission on the spring and fall turkey finalization seasons? Seeing no one, is there anyone present online who wishes to address the commission on the spring and fall turkey seasons finalizations? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing no one there, we'll move to agenda item 13, the private shooting preserves finalization. Is there anyone present here in person who wishes to address the commission specifically on the private shooting preserves finalizations?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Secretary Roebling, my name is Sal Roseland, and I'm a fifth-generation family farmer and rancher from Faulkton, South Dakota, north of Highmore, 27 miles, and I'm here on behalf of the South Dakota Upland Outfitter Association and myself. The association represents 85 members, including both preserve and non-preserve outfitters in our state, as well as hunting and fishing guides. And I submitted this petition ARSD 41090104 with the tagging of our birds. We submitted this to improve the efficiencies of our operations, as well as the final product that our clients take home with them and cook. And so we ask you today to please approve this petition and help us move forward in our industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here present in person who wishes to address the private shooting preserves petition? Seeing no one, is there anyone present online who wishes to address the commission on the private shooting preserves finalizations? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, Madam Chair, I believe we can conclude the public hearing portion of this commission meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Michaels. And with that, we can move into the open forum portion of today's meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a reminder to all of our members of the public, just like with the public hearing portion, you are limited to 3 minutes. You can speak to the commission about anything that you find concerning that you wish for them to hear. I will let you know when your 3 minutes is up, at which point you do have to wrap up your comments. And similar to the public hearing portion, please start by stating your name as we are making a record of the proceedings here. We'll start with Cody Warner.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling, my name is Cody Warner. I'm a board of director for the South Dakota Wildlife Federation, president of the South Dakota Waterfowl Association. But today I'm just representing myself, member of resident of Day County. I think if we look at too much social media and stuff like that, we see a lot of negatives going on. What I'm here to say today is a lot of good things. You guys got a tour today of Day County, got to see, as Kevin mentioned to me earlier, a lot of wetlands we have around the neighborhood, a lot of great public areas, parks and stuff like that. And that goes back to, I've lived here now for 16 years, and I've only seen improvements in this region as far as anything related to game fish and parks. And I wanted just to say, you know, thanks to all the game fish and parks, you know, folks behind me, everybody not here. They've done a great job. You know, the public hunting areas around here are second to none. If you look at a map of like Day County, it's just incredible, the opportunities that we have. You know, the hatchery does a great job. The staff out there is just making, went to the meeting the other night. They're doing a great job. And hopefully we can come up with some funding sources to increase that and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to the future on that. You know, the habitat work, law enforcement, I work a lot professionally and personally with a lot of these folks. They're doing a great job. So, you know, as we maybe move into the future here, we don't know where administration is going to go. What my suggestion is especially to upper management of the game fish and parks, is continued support for the local field staff. They do a great job. I got one kind of funny story. I worked fisheries interns here for 2 summers, and then as a seasonal, I worked with some of the staff here, and this is just going to go back to if they can work with me as a seasonal, they can work with anybody, and they can train them really well. We were doing a trap and transport of turkeys just northeast of Goodwin, and I was probably just a poor seasonal intern or seasonal, and I had homemade goose brats that I would make, and I would bring white bread, goose brats, and ketchup in a work truck, and to heat them up, I'd put them on the defroster of the truck. And Owen back there, if I tell you what, if your staff can keep up and stay in this job with a seasonal that was basically too poor to afford anything else, they can get through anything. So my continued effort is just to provide them support and everything. I have not one bad word to say, so that's it. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll hear next from Tim Goodwin.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's what we say in the Army. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Secretary Roebling, I come today, Tim Goodwin, representative from District 30, which is Fall River, Custer, and rural parts of Pennington County. I serve as chair of Military and Veterans Affairs, also on the Ag and Natural Resource Committee, which Game Fish and Parks is under, and also transportation. I just want to talk about the mountain lion season. There's a movement to open that up to non-resident hunters. I just want to put on the record that I'm totally against that. I think it's a slippery slope. All the work we went through to get that season started in 2005, this commission, the people before you and you included now, have been the outstanding support. I mean, we couldn't ask for any more support, as long with the secretary and his staff. So I would be really, really against opening up mountain lion hunting to out-of-state hunters. So put that on the record. And the next one, you're going to kind of raise your eyebrows on me. I mentioned it to the secretary ahead of time because I tell him I'll never surprise him. So he even gave me the right term. He said, ask if you could have a feasibility study, a habitat feasibility study. Can we have a study, whatever kind of word the Game Fish and Parks wants to use, to the possibility of having a bear season? Now, because there's lots, we're having a problem with bears in the Black Hills. Keystone has them in their yard, in their garbage cans. Hill City does. Custer does. And there's even probably more sightings in the Northern Hills. And so they're starting to be a nuisance. Other states hunt bears. It isn't like we're reinventing the wheel. When in the legislature, I always get mad because we're always reinventing the wheel. There's all kinds of other states. You're going to have to go at it cautiously because there's crazy lion hunters like me that would crawl into a cave and shoot a sow, and she might have cubs, and we'll have all kinds of controversies if we do that. So we got to figure out the ethical way that we could do it, just like we did when we started the lion season in 2005. So if you would consider maybe whatever the name of the study is, doing a study for that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate everything.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Doug Hansen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, and Secretary Roebling. I'm Doug Hansen. I know some of you, but not all. I started my career here with Game Fish and Parks in Webster. Spent 18 wonderful years. Then I had the privilege of moving to Pierre and serving as a Wildlife Division Director for 18 years. It was a wonderful experience. Well, maybe not always wonderful, but certainly rewarding. And anyway, after retirement, we moved back here to the Webster, and we've been here about 18 years. So I'm not sure what my next 18-year segment's going to be yet, but we'll figure that out. During my retirement, I've had the privilege of also serving on the other side of the table, so to speak, as a member of the State Conservation Commission for 15 years, and currently its chairman. It's always interesting when I tell somebody I serve on the Conservation Commission. Most always they say, "Oh, you mean the Game Fish and Parks Commission?" No, this is different. So we operate relatively obscurely compared to the Game Fish and Parks Commission, but nonetheless, an important role. I'm not here in my official capacity today as chairman, but I do want to take the liberty of offering thanks to the staff of the Game Fish and Parks who work hand in hand with the Conservation District. Our role as a Conservation Commission is primarily to allocate $500,000 made available by the state legislature a few years ago to implement conservation practices with willing landowners. You know, a lot of people would say, "Oh, you're the tree planting group." So, well, tree planting is part of it, but there's also more. And there is a lot of coordination that goes on between the staff of Game Fish and Parks and the conservation districts, as well as Fish and Wildlife Service. I think technically speaking, Game Fish and Parks is represented on the Conservation Commission's advisory committee as a partner, and I think Secretary Roebling is the official member of that, which gets delegated to other staff usually. But anyway, I appreciate that. And I also just want to offer my personal thanks for all the work you do. I know how challenging it is from both sides. I used to sit here a lot. I've had the experience in another area of being on your side of the table. So we appreciate everything you do and all the time you put in, and thank you.
We'll next hear from Bob Berg.
My name is Bob Berg. I live by Crook, South Dakota. And one person I want to do is thanks. This is the best state in the nation for hunting and fishing, by far. I've been worked at Morales for 40 years, and this is by far the best state in the nation. I've hunted, fished, everything in the state. It's great. I want to talk about is I think shoot buffalo in the park, trophy buffalo. The tag is at $6,500 some dollars, and it's the same price as a non-resident resident, which shouldn't be fair. If you should have it, it should be a breakdown. It should be the residents should be a little cheaper than anything else. You know, it should be. If you want to charge non-residents $12,000, whatever. But it should be very different. It shouldn't be the same. Deer tags are different. There ain't no elk tags for non-residents. So we got a lot of residents who would like to have shoot a buffalo in the park. So it's your trophy. So, something to think about. And I went to paddle fishing. It's been several years from paddle fishing in Yankton. There ain't no paddlefish left in Yankton. They should reduce the tags in paddlefish in Yankton. It used to be fantastic. Go out and snag 5, 6 paddlefish a day down there. Now you're lucky to get one a weekend. You know, everything else, that's the only thing I got to talk about. But you know, also the trapping for coyotes, and that's perfect how you guys did it. Broke it down like that. Let the youth trap, stuff like that. My son traps, and let the people shoot the coyotes and get their coyotes. And should do it in the fall, but it's been really good. You know, I appreciate the things you guys do, and this is the best state in the nation for hunting and fishing. Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
We'll next hear from Jared Schur.
Hello, Commission. Jared Schur. Just want to clarify, I am working today, but I'm here on behalf of myself as a South Dakota resident, Day County resident hunter. I just wanted to, I guess in my eyes, bring forward an opportunity for improvement on muzzleloader deer. It's an absolutely great season. I think there is growing interest in it, but I think we can make an improvement. I do want to applaud the state, the Commission, South Dakota Game Fish and Parks, on keeping our primitive hunting primitive. With all the advancements, we see states going away from that. Our archery and our muzzleloader deer, you guys have done a great job keeping that primitive. On that note, though, let's go into archery. The tag starts September 1st. You're given a chance to pattern deer, have first crack at them, and hunt them, and that's totally true. However, our second most primitive muzzleloader tags are given the month of December. You are, at the very best, the tail end of the rut. Depending on the weather, you may not have any of the rut. You are controlled by, in my opinion, weather and food. You can't control the weather, and if it is a bad year, you're controlled to food. I am very much a public land hunter. We have a ton of public land here. Not everybody has that, but public land food sources are generally all harvested. There are very few public spots that have fantastic food plots that hold deer December and past. And so it creates an extremely difficult situation for those with muzzleloader tags to have a good opportunity to fill that tag. I just would like to, I hate to bring forward a problem without a solution, so I'll throw out my idea. I think there's a chance of a muzzleloader season in that beginning of November stage. I don't want to suggest anything that's going to mess with West River deer or East River deer. Those are seasons, everybody knows those. I don't think you're gonna have luck changing those. But somewhere in that November 1st, all the way up to that beginning weekend of West River deer, would allow muzzleloader hunters a great opportunity to have heart of pre-rut and rut and have a much better opportunity to take that deer. I also think you're going to see a wide growth in participation. It is very hard, especially for youth hunters or younger hunters, to go out in the middle of December and sit all day for muzzleloader deer. It's very difficult. I've done it. I've frozen my fingers. Everybody has, and that is a great part of the hunt. But the opportunity that's there to make
You reached your 3 minutes, sir.
Yep. Make this tag much more doable. So I appreciate the time. Is at the very minimum, if it just sparks some conversation, consideration to changing this season. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Sal Roseland.
Thank you. Sorry, once again. Just wanted to thank you guys from the Hyde County Sheriff. And the
If you could state your name, sir.
Sorry, Sal Roseland. Just wanted to thank you guys from the Hyde County Sheriff. She just sent me a message for all the support that the GFP staff and leadership has given to the city of Highmore between the helping hands and the debris pickup, but also with the night watch in the community. They're starting to have some people come in at night, and they are a staff of 2 lady cops right now trying to handle this huge disaster there. So on behalf of the community and the Hyde County Sheriff, we just wanted to thank the GFP and the GFP staff for everything that they have done. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Dana Rogers, who I believe is appearing virtually. Dana, can you unmute your microphone, please? Are you there, Dana? Can you hear us?
Do you have me?
Okay, go ahead.
You got me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling, appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm Dana Rogers, the Executive Director of the South Dakota Wildlife Federation from Hill City, South Dakota. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Game Fish and Parks for the great effort with our South Dakota Wildlife Federation Youth Conservation Camp. We've been running that in Camp Barb Marshall just outside of Custer since 1964. This year, our camp hosted 77 campers from 5 states. We could not do it without you, so huge thanks to our wonderful Game Fish and Parks educational outreach and natural staff, Casey Smith, Lacey Elrod, Clint Whitley, and about 40 other staff and interns named, so I'm not going to go through them all, but thank you very much. From a hike in Bear Butte to shooting sports at our wonderful gun range, classes on education, youth conservation, wildlife, and outdoor recreation, pellets, rifles, fish dissection, beaver tree painting, archery and axe throwing, handguns, rifle, shotguns, muzzleloaders. They took a trip to range management at the Custer State Park bison herd. Great presentation by wildlife damage management specialists. I love that presentation. Rod building, fly fishing, wilderness survival. So just a huge thank you on behalf of the South Dakota Wildlife Federation, all those kids that got to spend a week at Camp Bob Marshall. We couldn't do this without the staff support. So I thank the department for that. One other comment, there's a petition to allow non-residents to purchase mountain lion tags. We're in opposition to that because more of our South Dakota sportsmen, our residents, have been negatively impacted by moves to, commercialize public trust resources. The individual that put in the petition used to be a resident. When you leave the state, you kind of know the rules, the restrictions and what's going on. So residency needs to have its privileges. So we would ask that you oppose that petition. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the time.
Okay, we'll next hear from Heath Weevil, who I believe is also appearing virtually.
Can you guys hear me okay on your side?
We can. Go right ahead, sir.
All right. Lady Chair, Commission, Secretary Roebling, my name is Heath Weevil. I'm out of Hill City, South Dakota. I am the current Vice President of the Black Hills Mountain Lion Foundation. We just wanted to speak toward the non-resident petition for mountain lions. Our current stance right now is that we do not support that. We would prefer to see the state continue through with no additional changes to the current management plan that runs 2019 through 2029. So we just wanted to voice our opposition to that for now, and we would like to see it so that there are no changes of any kind until the current management plan has been seen through. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Julie Anderson, who I believe is also appearing virtually. Can you hear us, Julie?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julie Anderson and I live in Rapid City. I am against the mountain lion proposal to allow out-of-state hunters to boot hunt mountain lions in the Black Hills. To allow a non-resident to file a proposal to hunt mountain lions here in South Dakota is an insult to all residents who have spoken up against the mountain lion season and all the amendments that continue to be added to it. I would hope this commission will dismiss this proposal today, as non-residential hunters should not have a say in South Dakota Game Fish and Parks rules and regulations, even a former resident. It is an insult to even as I speak, I'm being timed to comment on a non-resident proposal when any proposal or comment the public has submitted by the hundreds in favor of protecting wildlife is completely ignored, mountain lions specifically. Also, the personal email notifications of the meeting agenda are not being received in time for the public comment period of midnight on Sunday. And sometimes the agenda itself is not posted on the South Dakota Game Fish and Parks website before the deadline. This needs to be fixed. If someone signs up to receive notifications on their email, they should receive it at the same time the agenda is posted on your website. How can one comment on information they don't receive? Please address this issue. And lastly, I would ask that a biologist be appointed to monitor the coyote population numbers in the field so that a correlation in the bounty program and the resulting rise in their numbers can be shown. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present here in person today who wishes to address the commission during the open forum portion? Seeing no one, is there anyone present virtually who wishes to address the commission? If so, please raise your hand.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
This is Nancy Hilding. I've raised my hand. I am president of Prairie Hills Audubon Society. And so we want to join with the other people and object to the out-of-state hunter person proposal to allow out-of-state hunting of mountain lions. We think that your harvest limits are too high and that the more people you throw at the hunting occasion, which will happen if you allow out-of-state, the more likely you're actually going to reach your 60 lion quota, which is way too high. And so we do not want more pressure and more hunters out there. You will notice that you increased it and you allowed hunting by dogs in parts of the Southern Hills, and this year you got 32 mountain lions out of 60. So, you know, even with the added ability to hunt with dogs, you know, you actually saw a lower sort of harvest limit. And for what it's worth, North Dakota has a 15 lion harvest limit, and the Badlands and the hunters only shot 7 lions. So kind of like you guys here, where you have ridiculously high harvest limits and the people don't reach it. So what the harvest limit is actually determined by the number of people out there and the end of the season happening rather than the harvest limits, which are unrealistic. You and North Dakota. So and I'm going to. Somebody brought up the black bear. And my memory could be wrong, but I think in 2006, the black bear was removed from the state threatened and endangered species list, where it had been for a while, because Game Fish and Parks believed it had been extirpated from the state. You know, like the Eskimo curlew is extirpated from the state, you're throwing it off the list. You threw out the black bear off the state's T&E list because it was believed to be extirpated. And periodically I call up Game Fish and Parks and say, people are seeing bears, do you have proof of breeding? And I keep being told that Game Fish and Parks does not have proof of breeding. But, so now we have a proponent of hunting saying we should be allowing to hunt black bears. And I'm saying that you're having a threatened and endangered species biennial proposal. Have you found out any breeding for black bears? And if so, then the black bear should be added to the proposed change, and it should be added as an endangered or threatened species to the list if there is any confirmation of breeding. And then there's see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. If you're not looking to find out whether there are any black bears having babies, you know, if you're not trying to find out the answer, then you don't know the answer.
Nancy,
So,
you've reached your 3 minutes.
sorry.
Is there anyone else present virtually who wishes to address the commission? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, I turn things back over to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Michaels, and thanks to everybody, whether here in person or over the Zoom. We appreciate you being part of the conversation, whether you provided a comment, a concern, or a suggestion. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move to item 6. We'll begin looking at our petitions at this time. I believe we'll have Director Kirschman come up and kick it off.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners and Secretary Roebling. Tom Kirschman, Director of the Wildlife Division. You have 2 petitions actually listed on your agenda today, but you're only going to be taking action on one of them, and that will be the second one. But I do want to take just a moment to briefly discuss the petition that you had received by Mr. David Mines out of Yankton in respect to the archery paddlefish season. And the request there, as you can see in the petition, was the opportunity to basically fillet that fish once it was harvested to be transported and take home. We had some internal discussion about this right away when the petition came in, and looking at the existing administrative rule, and during those conversations ultimately led to a few more additional questions about how it was written and the understanding of it, which ultimately led to one of the proposals that you all approved earlier in the proposal section by Program Administrator Jake Davis that dealt with that particular, what I'll call a cleanup in administrative rule, to make sure that it's perfectly clear that for those paddlefish that are harvested via archery that you can fillet them. So as we went through that process, we did reach back out to Mr. Mines, had that conversation, and said that, hey, we're going to clarify this. We're going to bring forward a proposal to the commission. And with that, he did send to us then an email message withdrawing his petition. So just wanted to clarify what steps, what process we went through on that. So there's no action for you to take on this particular agenda or agenda item, but just to make it clear to the public understands a petition was submitted. The petitioner withdrew his petition through written notice to our agency, and right now that cleanup exists within one of your proposals that you will consider for finalization in the month of September. So just wanted to go over that very quickly. Are there any questions from the commissioners on that particular petition?
Looks like there is not.
Very good, Madam Chair. Then I'll continue on to number 7 in your commission book. And this is a second petition that was received from Mr. Jason Clayton out of the state of Oklahoma, asking for the opportunity for a non-resident to be able to obtain a mountain lion license for boot hunting only within the Black Hills. That was the request in his petition. We did reach out to Mr. Clayton, and the other day he did indicate that he was going to attempt to join virtually and speak to you. So at this time, I'm going to look to staff to see if anybody can see if Mr. Clayton is on the line to visit with the commission.
Good afternoon, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Secretary Roebling. I'd like to thank you for entertaining my proposal today. I'm proposing that the rule that restricts mountain lion tags to residents of South Dakota be amended to allow non-residents to apply for a tag that allows them to hunt in the Black Hills Fire Protection District without hounds and outside of Custer State Park. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and what led me to be here today. I became a South Dakota resident in 2013 when the Army stationed me in Vermilion at the University of South Dakota. During my first winter, I went to the Black Hills and hunted as often as my boss would let me. I had been a part of that hunting community for over a decade. When the Army moved me to Oklahoma in 2016, I maintained my South Dakota residence and continued to hunt lions in the hills every year until I retired and became an Oklahoma resident. When I retired 2 years ago, my family and I had to stay in Oklahoma due to some family requirements. I really enjoyed my time at Vermilion, the time I spent in the Black Hills, and we still return every chance we get in the summertime and the springtime to visit. We absolutely love it up there. I have a daughter who graduated from USD as well as a daughter who currently attends USD. Getting back to my proposal, in doing the research for this, I pretty much plagiarized the GFP's own proposal it put forward to the commission in 2019 with some minor changes. I've gone back and listened to the commission meetings from that time and kind of feel like there were a couple of issues that got it really off track. I tried to address both of those in the proposal. Well, one of those issues is limiting mountain lions or limiting non-residents to hunting without the aid of hounds. Having been involved in the mountain lion hunting in the hills for a while, I very well understand the contention between the different groups and stakeholders and did not want my proposal to be affected by any of that friction. Even though it seems like taking a side of barring the use of hounds, it really only does so in order to protect the limited number of hound permits for the resident houndsmen of South Dakota, as well as only allowing the least effective method of hunting lions in the hills. This will keep non-resident hunters' success rate fairly low, while still allowing them the awesome opportunity to pursue these animals in the hills. Excuse me. The second issue seemed to draw a lot of attention from the commission in 2019 was some confusion about whether or not to allow residents to hunt lions in Custer State Park. I fully understand and appreciate how South Dakotans feel about Custer State Park, and although it's a beautiful place to hunt, I understand why it should be excluded, so I did so in this proposal. These two items led to some confusion, but it also led to a lot of good discussion amongst the commission. I also kind of personally felt there was just a lot of changes to the lion season that year, and there were six, I think, that the 6 different changes that the commission had to look at that year. So it just got lost in the middle of all that. Still being tied a little bit to the South Dakota hunting community, I also understand there's a lot of concern about the slow creep of increased non-resident hunting opportunities. Understandably, residents are very concerned about losing more of their opportunities to harvest big game animals to non-residents. To this point, I'd like to point out there is an unlimited number of mountain lion tags for residents. To try and predict the impact of non-resident hunters on resident hunters, I offer this as an example. If the GFP were to cap the number of non-resident tags to just 5% of tags sold, that would be about 150 tags using the last season that's available on the internet to me. There were about 3,000 tags sold in 24 and 25. So that would lead to about 150 non-resident tags. Over the years, there's been a resident boot hunter success of anywhere from 2 to 4%. This would indicate about 150 non-resident tags has the potential to raise the lion harvest by between 3 and 6 lions per year. That still wouldn't reach the harvest limit of any year since the 2008-2009 season, which was the last time the harvest limit was reached. I understand it's a limit and not a quota, but even if all those 6 lions taken were female, it would not have closed any season or impacted the ability of any resident to hunt. Personally, knowing what it's like to not live in the Black Hills and have the ability to take the time and scout and do the things you need to do in order to be a really effective lion hunter, I feel like the non-resident success rate would be much lower, although it may not be as low as my personal record of 0% over the last decade that I've hunted them. Using historical data, the risk to impacting hunting opportunities for residents by my proposal is very low. Before I finish, I'd like to talk a little bit about what some of the benefits for South Dakota may be. I purposely left out the number of tags and the price that it should be sold because I don't have the data that GFP does. I did use the 5% number of tags in my example, so I'll use that again. In the 13 western states that allow mountain lion hunting, 10 of them allow non-residents to buy tags. While I don't know what each state's rationale is when deciding on the number of non-resident tags to sell, I can tell you that the total cost of licenses and tags are for each of them. The total licensing costs for non-residents to hunt lions in those states vary from $144 in Utah to about $860 in Colorado. That leaves an average of about $380. Using the 5% average sales price and the average price of $380, that's a potential of about $57,000 in tag sales. That probably doesn't sound like a lot, and it's hard to even rely on when we really have no idea what the demand for non-resident tags in South Dakota will be. But there are financial benefits that lion hunters will contribute. I can personally attest to the fact that the cost of a trip to the Black Hills in the middle of the winter could add up pretty quickly. You need a hotel. I'm going to have to buy gas at least once a day, if not more. I need breakfast, lunch, dinner. I usually have to head back down to Rapid and buy a shovel to dig myself out the next time I get stuck if I didn't bring one. I've occasionally had to go down to Shields or Cabela's and replace the hunting gear that I bought with me or buy things that I forgot to bring. It all adds up and it helps the economy. The other financial impact, at least from my experience, is that bringing people to South Dakota, this will bring other people to South Dakota throughout other times of the year. If it weren't for my hunting trips, I probably wouldn't take as many trips back to the Black Hills with my family as often as I do. It's also the reason that someday when my family situation allows it, I plan on my wife and I retiring to the Black Hills so I can be a full-time resident again. South Dakota is a beautiful place. The more people that go there and find out is a good thing. In the end, it's not always about dollars, but getting people out to hunt and enjoy the outdoors will always benefit us and help maintain our way of life. Once again, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to what I have to say today, and I'm available for any questions or comments if needed. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Clayton. Any questions from the commission for Mr. Clayton at this time? Seeing no questions now, Mr. Clayton, if you could just be on standby in case there are some after we hear from the department.
Yes, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clayton, for joining today to visit with the commission on your petition. The moment we received the petition, I think some of the responses that a couple of us had initially was, here comes the conversation, right? Because we know every single time we talk about the mountain lion hunting season, regardless what aspect of it, it certainly brings forward many interests, perspectives, philosophies, and ideas. And that's just been the standard over the multiple years that the mountain lion season's been in place. So no surprise for today's conversation as well. We did have some internal conversations about this. We went back and looked again, as Mr. Clayton brought forward, the last time that the commission considered this particular request of non-residents back, looking back at about 7 years ago. Came down to a close vote, but did not move forward with enough votes to have or to include non-residents as part of the mountain lion hunting season. There's been conversations over the past 5-6 years also from the commission to the agency about, are we obtaining a high enough harvest of mountain lions in the Black Hills when we look at deer populations and all the other conversations we've had in respect to big game populations. We've looked at the concept of, do we need to increase the actual harvest on an annual basis? And so we went back internally and had multiple conversations and discussions and made a laundry list of different ways or methods of increasing harvest if that was ever the direction that was needed. It's been brought up a couple of times in the comments today and in here as well, the whole harvest limit that is associated with the mountain lion hunting season. I'm going to take an opportunity, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, to do an education point again. We have a harvest limit in the South Dakota mountain lion hunting season. We do not have a harvest quota. Two completely different things, right? A quota is a number that we are trying to obtain. That's the harvest number you're trying to obtain. We do not have that in South Dakota. We have a harvest limit. That harvest limit is put in place with a total harvest limit or a female sub-harvest limit. And that is put in place as essentially a safety mechanism for the population itself to maintain a population, which also includes an opportunity to have a mountain lion hunting season. So again, I just bring that up because that is a key component of all this conversation. Every single time we talk about mountain lion hunting in South Dakota, we have a harvest limit, not a quota. So circle back to where we are today. We had internal conversations about this. Fully anticipated folks coming to the meeting today or speaking to you or sending notes in opposition to that. I don't think any of us were surprised by that at all. In fact, you've had some comments here today of folks both in person and virtually sharing that same opinion in opposition of this. So in our conversations, we looked at just a couple of key things in respect to this request for the change to include non-residents. We looked a little bit at timing. I was just talking about the population of the mountain lion in the Black Hills of South Dakota, the area that we manage for our population. Right now, at this moment, we do not have all of our harvest information from this last year. We obtain genetic information from every harvested lion that comes in through our automatic manual check-ins with our department staff, because you remember we do our genetic take prior to the mountain lion season to cross-reference them to help generate a population estimate. So at this point, we don't have that information in our hands and available to even give you a population estimate at this time. That'll be coming later this fall. So that goes back to part of that conversation. Do we even need to make an adjustment to the mountain lion season at this point in time? And I would say it's premature to make that type of accusation. But more importantly is probably the social information we have. And we were just talking about that. Back in 2024, when we updated the Mountain Lion Action Plan, we did a public opinion survey through our agency. We not only surveyed residents of the Black Hills, but we also surveyed hunters in the Black Hills. And we asked some of those questions about if we needed to increase harvest, what would be the methods that would be approved or approval levels. And interesting enough, we talked about the use of hounds. We talked about different things like that. One of the questions was relevant to opening it up to non-residents to participate in the mountain lion hunting season. From the Black Hills residents, about 57% opposed that. And from our hunters, about 68% opposed opening it to non-residents. In fact, there was more support to opening it up broader or more potential use for the use of hounds, which we've had multiple conversations over the years about in respect to the mountain lion hunting season, than there were opening it up to non-residents. So again, it reiterates that important social piece that comes with this particular season. And then also in 2024, we had pulled the stakeholder group together every time we do the review and update of the Mountain Lion Action Plan. And even during those conversations, there was no support or bringing forward the idea of opening it up to non-residents. So, Madam Chair and the Commissioners, I apologize for rambling there a little bit, but I think it's good to share some of that background information, kind of what we hear and where things stand right now. And based on all of those pieces of information, our recommendation to you would be to deny this petition as it's being presented today for the reasons that I just gave, and I will stand by to try to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Director Kirschman. And Mr. Clayton, I will give you the opportunity for a rebuttal, but first I'd like to see if any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Clayton and or the department. Commissioner Teal.
Thanks, Tom. Real quick, I would agree with your statement on we really need to know where we think the population is. I know last year was an outlier year, we think. I remember discussing that, so it's important that we wait on that data before we make any radical decisions. I think that if somehow that number is high again, it could potentially take the population out of the management objective range, and if that happens, then we may need to increase harvest somewhere. But it's too soon to say, so I would be in favor of denying the petition on those grounds and seeing where that data comes back and going from there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional questions, comments from the Commission? Commissioner Whitmire.
Yeah, Commissioner Whitmire. Thank you, Tom. Your synopsis, I guess, of I believe 68% of hunters were not in favor of it. You know, so normally in a situation like this, we get a petition, we would put it out for public comment to see, you know, how does everybody weigh in on it? How do the hunters feel? How does the public generally perceive that? You know, the benefits, the costs, and whatnot. But I think I'm confident that we've got our answer on the hunting with the 68%. We've already kind of done that survey. That's my memory on other things. Think about turkeys, for example. It's you know, some years are really good years, but then if you have a downturn, there's a lot of focus on, you know, what's the impact and, you know, who's in my favorite spot. there's a lot of fault, kickback, I guess, on a lot of those things. And to Commissioner Teal's comments too, I think if there were a tool where we needed to look at something to increase take, certainly I think the commission could take that up the time and deal with that. But at this time, I guess I'd also be against moving this forward for those reasons.
Additional questions before we hear from Mr. Clayton? With that, Mr. Clayton, would you like to provide any follow-up comments or a rebuttal?
No, I understand. I appreciate the opportunity to present today, and I just thank you.
Very good. With that, Commissioners, we do need to take action on this item. And just a note, we do have Commissioner Bartling is also joining us virtually, so I will be doing a roll call vote to ensure we receive her vote. Commissioner Teal.
I'd also like to say thanks, Jason, for bringing this. We appreciate your comments on how great our state is to hunt in, and we understand why you want to hunt here. We get it, and there's just a lot of details that we need to work through with the objective and whatnot, but thank you for bringing it. It's good conversation, and I would make a motion to deny the petition.
We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second? Seconded. We have a second by Commissioner Spring. Comments on that motion? Very good. We are going to have a roll call vote. So Commissioner Bartling, Gail will call our names, and as your name is called, please vote.
Commissioner Julie Bartling? Aye. Commissioner Bruce Cole?
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkaby?
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Nyberg?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring?
Aye.
Commissioner Travis Teal? Commissioner Robert Whitmire?
Aye.
Chair Stephanie Rissler?
Aye. Very good. Thank you, Gail. And again, thank you to the petitioner. I echo those comments from Commissioner Teal. With that, the denial motion does move forward, and we can expect a resolution tomorrow.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will work on drafting a resolution for your action for the reasons for denying of the petition. We'll bring that to you tomorrow.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And with that, we will move to finalizations. Number 11, general license provisions.
Commissioner, Secretary Roebling, Andrew Norton, Wildlife Program Administrator, and I have the next item here, general provisions, just a simple rule cleanup to the definition of a buck and a bull in Chapter 4106.00. The Commission moved this proposal forward in June, so it would be up for finalization today. We have no recommended changes from the proposal, nor was there any public comment in regards to this change. Specifically what it is, you can see towards the bottom of your screen there. You strike the word polished from the definition of antler, and that would allow for the harvest of velvet antlered animals, which is going to be common, especially at the beginning of the deer archery season here with the recent change the Commission made to switching those archery licenses from deer to buck only. Again, no recommended changes, but I would recommend, with being no comments from the public, no opposition to it, that the Commission, if they agree, moves forward with finalizing this rule change.
Very good. Any questions, comments from the Commission? Move to approve by Commissioner Cole. Seconded by Commissioner Teal. We will do the same thing to allow Commissioner Bartling to have her vote on record as well. So we will have a roll call, and Gail will call your name.
Commissioner Julie Bartling?
Aye.
Commissioner Bruce Cole?
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkaby? Aye. Commissioner Kevin Nyberg?
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring?
Aye.
Commissioner Travis Teal?
Aye.
Commissioner Robert Whitmire?
Aye.
And Chair Stephanie Rissler?
Aye. Very good. Thank you all for that. We'll now move on to item 12, spring and fall turkey seasons, with Mr. Andrew Norton again.
Good afternoon again. So item 12 actually has 3 different items that would require commission action. The first 2 are rule changes. First one being the spring wild turkey season, the second one being the fall wild turkey season. And then the last item would be administrative action on the license numbers to all turkey hunting seasons. So similar to how Jake went, if we could move through, probably the best progression would be to vote on each of these individually. First one being spring wild turkey hunting season administrative rule change, chapter 4106, 13. Shared this information in June, and the commission moved forward with the proposal to modify a definition of units to remove references to federal property closures. Just a simple rule cleanup. You'll see that as well in the change to the fall hunting season. And then the substantive change would be to separate Day and Cottington County, the desire there to allocate licenses specifically to each one of those counties and distribute hunters a little bit more effectively in those 2 units for the spring turkey hunting season. We have no recommended changes to the proposal before you here today. There was no public comment in regards to this, and with that can certainly take any questions, but that's similar to how we've done in the past and how I did last month. Would like to remind individuals that there are different season dates for the archery and mentored hunting season in the spring. If you're in the Black Hills, that's delayed, so just keep that in mind if you have those statewide licenses. The delayed start in the Black Hills compared to the rest of the state.
Very good. Any questions from the commission and or comments? Seeing none, we do need a motion and a second. Move to approve by Teal. Seconded by Nyberg. We'll do roll call again.
Commissioner Julie Bartling. Aye. Commissioner Bruce Cole.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkeby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Nyberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring. Aye. Commissioner Travis Teal.
Aye.
Commissioner Robert Whitmire.
Aye.
And Chair Stephanie Rissler.
Aye. Very good. All right, Andrew, if you want to continue.
All right, the administrative rule change for the fall wild turkey hunting season 4106-14. Very similar to spring turkey. There's no recommended changes. There was no public comment. What this change would effectively do, they're listed at the top of the second page. The changes from last year would be to remove references to federal property closures, similar to what was just done with the spring wild turkey hunting season. And then the second and third changes are a little bit more substantive. First one being removing the weapons restrictions. That was the case for most East River turkey units in the fall, was allowing only essentially a shotgun. All of those units now that are open east of the river would be available to use a rifle in addition to a shotgun, similar to West River. And there's no safety concerns for that, being as though it's the fall season and people generally aren't decoying and calling in turkeys like they do in the spring. They're usually out, whether they're deer hunting or recreating out in the field, and it's a little bit safer, similar to deer hunting East River. So we would remove that weapon restriction and then still maintain the exception in Minnehaha County, and that also follows deer where there's some weapon restrictions in and around Sioux Falls. That would be shotgun only. And then the final rule change would be to align all fall turkey hunting units with spring turkey hunting units, a little bit of consistency in among our turkey seasons, with the exception of the Black Hills. As you can see in the figure on the second page of this action item, depicts the Black Hills season. That's a dark gray, and it's just a subset of the Black Hills unit. So with that, again, no recommended changes, no public comment, and would ask the commission to move forward with the proposal as is, with finalization.
Very good. Questions for Mr. Norton? Seeing none, we do need a motion and a second. Any movement from a commissioner?
Motion approved.
Motion to approve by Nyberg, second by Whitmire. All right, we'll do roll call again.
Commissioner Julie Bartling. Aye. Commissioner Bruce Cole.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkeby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Nyberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring. Commissioner Travis Teal.
Aye.
Commissioner Robert Whitmire.
Aye.
Chair Stephanie Rissler.
Aye. All right, thank you, Gail. And then Norton, if you want to continue.
Thank you. So if scroll down to the turkey hunting season license numbers, and the screen I'm seeing just shows one screen at a time, so I apologize if you all can see two screens, but there's a few more tables here, and I want to step through those. Hopefully somewhat follow what is in the commission action sheet here before you. So this would be administrative action, not administrative rule change, and this sets the license numbers for all our spring and fall turkey hunting seasons. Just a quick summary that there'd be a decrease to fall and spring licenses. This first table you see before you is just for the spring turkey licenses, and this shows the change from the last 2-year recommendation to this 2 year's recommendation. Third, fourth, and fifth and sixth columns show license change last time to this time, and then the number change and percent change, and then the last 4 columns show the tag changes, because some licenses would be double tags versus single tags. If you scroll down to the next page, it gets into the specific license types for just this next 2 years for this recommendation cycle. All the highlighted rows show the license changes. What this results in is a change to 12 units, and that's a 2% reduction overall in spring turkey licenses. 2 of those units would be the split today in Coddington. There'd be a closure to Bennett County and Sanborn County, where previously there were 10 licenses. Those would be reduced to 0. An increase in Brookings, Dual, Fall River, Grant, and Hughes, and a decrease in Gregory, England, Clark, and Perkins. The spring turkey hunting season, different than the fall, there is an archery season in the spring that's open statewide, unlimited, 1 license per individual. You can get those over the counter. The mentored youth turkey hunting season is similar to archery. If you qualify for the mentored season, you can get a license. 2 exceptions to the archery and mentored season is that in Goodard State Park, if you want to archery hunt there, you're required to have an access permit, and there would be 5 archery access permits in Goodard State Park. Adams Homestead Nature Preserve, if you want to archery hunt there, you would need an access permit, and that would be restricted to 30. And then mentored youth that want to hunt in Adams Homestead and Nature Preserve, there'd be 20 mentored youth access permits. So just a reminder, for folks wanting to hunt those 2 areas, you'd need an access permit. Moving on here to the fall seasons, both of these tables fall on one page. The top table is that difference between the last 2 years and the next 2 years. The bottom table is the licenses by type. Overall, there would be a 6% reduction to licenses during the fall season. Closures to Gregory County, Millette County, opening to Hughes County. Grant and Jackson would be an increase. Jackson actually would have an increase in those double turkey licenses, so 25 more turkey licenses in Jackson County. Perkins and the Black Hills would be reductions, and otherwise all the specific percentage and number changes are in those tables, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions on those. But otherwise, if the commission agrees with these license numbers, would ask them to move forward with administrative action.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions from the commission and or comments? Very good. We do need a motion and a second. Move to approve by Commissioner Teal. Seconded by Commissioner Cole. Comments on that motion? See none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Julie Bartling.
Aye.
Commissioner Bruce Cole.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkeby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Nyberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Travis Teal. Commissioner Robert Whitmire.
Aye.
Chair Stephanie Rissler.
Aye. Very good. All of those items
Brought forward by Mr. Sal Roseland, who spoke to you today during the public hearing on this particular item. This was brought forward, as you remember, again, as a petition to the commission asking for these particular changes, which you adopted, moved forward for a finalization and a public hearing. We did have multiple internal conversations, as I shared with you at the last commission meeting when we recommended to move this particular item forward. Not only from our managers that work with the private shooting preserve program itself, but also our law enforcement staff, which are, quite honestly, the staff that are probably impacted the most, if there is an impact, by these particular changes from an enforcement perspective. They certainly had a lot of conversation over this and believe that this particular additional rule that's put in place here will work, and they can work obviously with that as well. So I think it's a very important point that internal conversations went through and recognized what's being requested, and certainly is very doable and something that can move forward. That being said, just real quickly again, I think the most important part for you to look at on your action sheet would be on the back of the page, where you see that new section 4109010403 talks about transportation of birds off preserve prior to tagging. And you can see all the underlying language there. That is all the new language that was talked about and brought forward that is being finalized here today. There are a few other changes in the rules that are relevant to this as well. A couple of key points to what this does is, quite honestly, bottom line, it provides another option to a preserve operator depending on where they take their birds for cleaning and where that preserve acres is at. When we look back on all the preserve rules and statutes, most of them have been in place for over 40 years, and certainly over the last 40 years, operations have changed, evolved. They do things a little bit differently, trying to do things more efficiently, effectively, whatever that might be. The bottom line is things have changed over years, but when you look at a lot of the rules and statutes, not as many changes have happened, probably as like the operations have evolved themselves. So when this was brought forward and looking at this and putting the language together, you can see then what that final looks like for this particular option. A couple of key items. In this particular case, if they were going to take the birds directly to that game processing facility or the lodge that's outside or off the acres, only birds that are harvested on the permitted private shooting preserve would be permissible to take under this particular action. There are preserves that do also hunt on non-preserved acres, and then those are a different limit, if I may, because it's not part of the preserve, where a preserve can have more than 3 birds taken in a day. But under this scenario, for it to work, only birds that were harvested on the preserve acres would be permissible to transport in this means. And that's why you can see that sub-item number 1 there and number 2, where it talks about no hunting off of those acres. Going directly to those facilities and lodge, it would have to be transported by the preserve owner/operator or their employees, or those folks that are working there helping with the operation of the preserve. And then they would also have to have those necessary tags that go with each bird. So once they are clean, those tags then go in the packages to signify where they came from, the number. And then the information from those harvested birds would have to be put into the database system, so then our officers would have the ability to look at that information. So again, I just wanted to give a cursory of it. Bottom line, this provides another option for those preserve operators that do take their birds to that facilities that are off of their preserve, and that would require transporting those birds to those particulars if they wanted to use this method. It is not a required means of doing it, but it's an option available to them. So, Madam Chair, we would, I'll turn it back over to you, and again, we would ask for your approval as written on the action sheet here moving forward.
Very good, thank you, Director. Any questions for the department?
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Cole, a second by Nyberg. Comments, questions on that motion? Commissioner Whitmire?
Yeah, Commissioner Whitmire. Yeah, thank you, Director. It's always good when someone finds something and they can work it out with the department. I know you guys work really hard with law enforcement to make sure there aren't any downsides. And in this case, I know you really worked hard. We talked to Madison, and it got the approval, from everybody that was looking at it. And no, I thank you, and I thank the petitioner. And yeah, I would second that. Or well, I guess it's already been seconded, but yeah, I'll in favor of moving this ahead as well.
Very good. Any other comments from the commission? Seeing none, we will do our final roll call vote for finalizations. Gail.
Commissioner Julie Bartling.
Aye.
Commissioner Bruce Cole.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkeby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Nyberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Travis Teal.
Aye.
Commissioner Robert Whitmire.
Aye.
And Chair Stephanie Rissler.
Aye. Very good. That will move forward. Thank you, Director Kirschman, and thank you, commissioners. With that, I think what I'd like to do, it's 3:12 Central Time. We're going to take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we'll take up Division of Parks and Recreation. We'll be at recess for 15 minutes.
SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota Legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started right now. With that, we're going to just take a pause from the agenda. We've got a special guest that is with us, and we want to say a few words about that special guest. Secretary, were you going to kick it off, or were you going to have Director Van Meter? Yep.
Yeah, no, that sounds great, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yes, our special guest just arrived, and we'd like to really recognize Rosie Smith for the 25 years of opportunity and experience working with the agency. Where is Rosie? There she is. Welcome, Rosie. Thank you for being here. Just wanted to, recognize all you've done for the outdoor industry in the Northeast. Rosie was a part of the tourism, or is a part of the tourism group, the Northeast Tourism Group. She has been promoting South Dakota and all of South Dakota great outdoors for many, many, many years and working with the agency very, very closely. And we just greatly appreciate that, promoting our great fishing, our great hunting, our great park opportunities, and just all the great things South Dakota has to offer. So Rosie, thank you from Team GF&P. We greatly appreciate you and your efforts, and we're going to miss you. So I am going to turn the microphone over to Jeff Van Meter and Willie Collignon, and he will give a little more insight as to what we have for you here today.
Thank you, Secretary Roebling. Yeah.
Okay. Hey.
Got to give you a hug.
Well,
all right.
I want a Rosie hug.
Okay.
Okay. Much better.
All right. We got a lot of your friends here today, a lot of the park managers from up in this area, and we just really, Rosie, have always appreciated your support. We've come to you with some of our big issues, and you see the big picture of game fishing parks, tourism, and all that we do and the impact it has in this part of the state when you served as the executive director. How many years did you do that?
25 and a half. Almost 25 and a half years.
Okay. That's a long time. That's awesome. So thank you. I know Willie wants to say a few things, and we've got a little gift here for you.
Hey, Rosie, how you doing? Thanks for coming up. So Rosie has been very helpful to all of us. So today we toured the Roy Lake Resort that we bought here many years ago, and Rosie saw the benefits of that and helped us along the way. I know we've had a few things about marketing and advertising and building community support when not everybody saw it the same way we did. And so I appreciate for all of that. And so we've got a little gift bag here for you full of some trinkets. Notice here we've got ourselves a little lucky horseshoe that was handcrafted at the Fort Sisseton blacksmith shop. And so I'll have you grab that. Oh, I want that piece. And so the staff put together this package and a little card here that we're going to read. So Rosie, they say retirement is all about making your own luck. But just in case, we wanted you to send you off with a few extra charms. We were the lucky ones to get to work with you. So GFP and District 1 staff. So thank you for all you've done, and we wish you luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm truly honored, and I appreciate the recognition from Secretary Roebling and all the park staff and commissioners. Very much appreciated, and you've been one of the best parts of this job for 25 plus years. So huge asset to the region, and thank you so very much.
Thank you, Rosie, for being a friend to Game Fish and Parks and a champion for promoting our beautiful state that we're so lucky to call home. So you will be missed. All right, with that, we're going to move on to item 15, marketing update to promote camping. Amy Bailey is with us in person.
Good afternoon. There we go. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling, good afternoon. I'm Amy Bailey, Marketing Consultant with State Parks. Here with a Parks Marketing Update. All right, thanks, Chris. Okay, first of all, we're going to start off with our priorities and mentioning our primary priorities right now. They are filling vacant weekend campsites, increasing midweek camping, encouraging people to reserve their sites early, and then getting Adventure 250 participants. Some of our other priorities include park entrance licenses, day use activities, modern lodging, and fishing. Those are secondary because they have been pretty strong, and so we are choosing to focus on those campsites. Some of our in-house channels include social media. So shout out to Nick and his team. We use the main Game Fish and Parks Facebook and Instagram accounts. And for that platform, we are choosing to let people know each week what the campsite locations are that have availability. A lot of times people think, oh, these parks are always full. So I'm trying to combat that and letting them know that there are a few sites available. We also announced the weekly prize for Adventure 250 along with the winners that week. And we've dabbled with boosting statewide and specific locations on Meta. And then when it comes to park-specific Facebook pages, we're just asking our parks to share posts from the main page. We're providing some templates to them and some generic posts that they can use if they have availability to share that message out. And then just encouraging them to dabble in some video creation and boosting their own posts to make the most of those pages that they have. Another in-house channel that we use would be the Eye Contact email list. We have a summer newsletter series that goes out every Wednesday evening. We have nearly 176,000 recipients on that list, which is huge. And every week we feature the available campsites coming up for that weekend, an Adventure 250 reminder and weekly prize announcement, and then any other timely announcement or reminder that makes sense for that week. Another email platform that we use would be Out of House, and that would be through the Go Outdoor system. That's our Brant system. And for that, we're really trying some new things, testing the waters. We've sent out 6 emails so far, and we're really focusing on those low occupancy weekends. Some of those sends are going statewide. Some of them are very targeted to past reservation holders at very specific parks and mentioning just that park alone. So just trying to drive reservations through that system. And along with the Go Outdoor system, we have the ability to send out push notifications on people's mobile devices. So we use those once in a while to, send out a quick short reminder or invitation to book a campsite. You can see an example there at the bottom. And we are just getting started with our paid marketing campaign that is running July through September with Lawrence and Schiller. We've identified some business goals with this campaign, and that would be to increase midweek camping, increase camping on lagging weekends, and then also in lagging locations. And some identified campaign goals. We're doing that by increasing the awareness of the parks in general. We'll be tracking the reach and the impressions. We're trying to drive media engagement, get people to interact on Meta and Facebook and Instagram, and getting them to the website, so clicks and interactions, and like I said, increase to the website, traffic to the website. So some of those tactics. Well, first we'll start off with the targets. We're targeting people 18 and older who have an interest in outdoors, camping, hiking, fishing, state and national parks, and also retirees for that midweek. And some of our markets, it'll be South Dakota plus a 100-mile radius. And then some of those tactics that we're doing with them would be digital display ads. And that's using a lot of data, so based on your location or your online activity or what the weather is looking like in your area, that's how it's determined if you get served those ads. We're doing a little paid social through Facebook and Instagram. I'm already seeing those every time I open my Facebook feed. I see one right there, so that's kind of fun to see it in action. And we're adding YouTube this year, so that'll be new. We are continuing the paid search. That was productive last year, and so when people use certain keywords in their search, then we're pulling up in that top part like the picture shows. New this year, Lawrence and Schiller offered a few creator studio videos. We're actually doing 3 videos. That's changed. And so they're hiring content creators to create a few videos for social media, specifically for the parks. And so that'll be new. We'll see how that performs. And then we also have digital billboards, and I believe that's new as well. So those are in Southeast South Dakota, Southwest Minnesota, Northwest Iowa, and they are weather triggered. So they will only show up if the weather is favorable in that area. These are just some examples of what those ads might look like. On the left would be the digital display ad, maybe on a weather website or a news website. And then on the right would be what the Meta ads are looking like. And then we also have our traditional media. We've been using the local media outlets kind of on the park level. We're asking our park managers to reach out to their local radio and newspapers, the people that they have those relationships with, and asking them to really promote Adventure 250 and get the word out there. And print advertising is still a factor when the parks see it as a good fit or when the department sees it as the right fit. And we are exploring some new channels. We've dipped our toe into geofencing. Those are digital ads, much like what we're running with Lawrence and Schiller, but we get to place them ourselves and have control of the creative and who we're targeting. An example of that would be on the right there. We just tried one little campaign just to test it out. And then we also want to explore audio streaming ads. Custer's been doing this, and so Lydia's been a good resource in exploring Spotify. And we haven't totally dove into these programs yet, but just some new channels that we are looking to explore once we get the Lawrence and Schiller campaign up and full steam. Oh my goodness, I just rambled so fast. Okay, take a breath and I'll take any questions.
You did good. Any questions for Amy? I do have a couple questions, Amy. When you were talking about the targeted emails using Brant,
yes,
do they have to opt into those, or do they get those once they're in the system?
Madam Chair, they get those once they're in the system. We have their information, and we have different lists, and so once they have an account, then we can feed them those emails.
They're automatically getting them, okay. And then my next question, I've seen the social media posts indicating what camp spots are available. I think that's a good move. Are we able to measure yet? Once those goes out, do we see an increase in reservations?
Madam Chair, we have seen an increase in filling some spots for that upcoming weekend. I don't have any exact numbers for you, but we are feeling good about that. It's a very easy tactic to just put out right away, and so we are seeing positive results from that. Yeah. Every little bit helps with that.
I think that would be interesting. It would help us understand the behavior of those folks too. So very good. Any other questions? Secretary Roebling.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Amy, for the good presentation. Just a question in regards to cross-marketing or outreach in regards to fishing. Are we doing much of that, or are you doing much of that when we have folks reserve a campsite and we notice they don't have a fishing license? Are we upselling them a fishing license, or at least trying, or anything there that you can share with the commission?
Through the chair, Secretary Roebling, that dabbles into some broader areas than just mine. We are mentioning fishing in our messaging.
Okay.
We're definitely, especially with June being such a good fishing, we've sprinkled that message into what we're doing. But as far as serving them, I'd have to lean on comms for that.
All right.
Oh, welcome, Nick.
Howdy, Nick Harrington, Communications Manager with Game Fish and Parks. Secretary Roebling, yes, so what we have been doing through our eye contact that we have been promoting our parks and our fishing as cross-sell lodging, make it a camping stay, make it a fishing stay. That's been kind of a component that we've had within our angler recruitment efforts as well. Within the Go Outdoors system itself, we are seeing more folks using their profile when they purchase those camping reservations, which does give us that opportunity to then come in and say, hey, you're at a fishing park. We've identified a few fishing parks. Good example would be West Bend, that you have a reservation here if folks don't have a license. We've been working with Brant to do some of that too. So that's kind of that separation between when we reference our eye contact system that we use versus Brant, that profile activity. With Brant gives us that ability to say, Commissioner Rissler, we know you have a reservation at West Bend Recreation Area. Would you like to go fishing? We see you don't have a license. It just gives us a little bit better real-time customer data. So hopefully that answers your question, Secretary.
Very good. Thank you both. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none. Thank you, Amy. Good job. And with that, we'll move on to 16 Northeast Region Park projects with Willie.
Commissioners, Secretary Roebling. I'm Willie Kellignan. I'm the Regional Supervisor in the Parks Division up here in the Northeast of South Dakota. So welcome to our parks this morning. You get to hear me a bunch of today. Next on the agenda is, you ready to roll? Northeast Region Capital Development Projects. That's all right. So when we talk about Northeast capital development projects, right, we've got an M&O budget, we've got capital development budget, something that we work on building this plan out in the future for what are our needs, right? What is the customers asking for? And so we kind of look at these goals, like what things I keep in mind, like are we meeting or exceeding our customers' expectations, right? So are we listening to them in person and in my next one, surveys? Are we providing the right things in the right locations? How are they responding to those resources? Ensuring that our facilities last for generations, right? We want to put things in the right places, using the right materials, using skilled labor in places. We build upon the staff's skills. You've seen a lot of things today that the staff here in the Northeast put their hands on. They work on and put a lot of passion in these. And so we allow those staff to learn and utilize those skills to build these projects. We also plan for future revenue. So why do we keep remodeling these suites, these modern cabins? We add camping cabins like we saw today. We added 2 at Roy Lake, and we adjusted some things around. Those are all done in trying to increase both customer experience and help provide a better revenue stream going forward for our Parks Division. Go ahead. So you saw a little bit of today. We visited Roy Lake Suites 12 and 15. This is just an example of 14 and 15. And so that what you see on the left is a pre, right? This was what site 15 looked like beforehand, right? We saw that today, the carpet, some cracks on the walls, the different smells of that one with the carpet in there and the things that are hard, the mustiness, right? We're right along the lake and the high humidity. And then converting those over to a little more open concept, brighter, lighter colors, floors that we can more easily maintain, right? Less staff time, better product for the customer in the end. We also visited Fort Sisseton today, and as we left, at least in my car, we pointed out the Fort Sisseton residents sitting there right across the entrance. And so this was another project that staff took on, that we dug the excavation for the basement, we poured the foundation, we poured the walls ourselves. We did hire Milton Bank house movers to move it, but what we had was, we recognized an opportunity. We had Fisher Grove State Park over by Redfield. We used to have a park manager in that park, and we had a bridge you could drive across, campground experience there on both sides of the river. And what that turned into after that flooded out, the bridge got condemned, and then a flood took it out. We have a small park in a little spot, and the golf course, we have a partnership with the golf course to maintain that. They do all the mowing of the grass, they trim the trees, they spray the weeds, they do all of the maintenance. And so really we saw this house is sitting there, it's not being utilized. And at the fort, we had a double-wide mobile home that's been sitting there. We bought it used 30-some years ago. That life expectancy is nearing an end, right? And so we moved this house over, and so what you see on the right-hand side of those slides is what that house looked like when it arrived. Single car, maybe a little, well, not maybe, a lot less of condition variable than it is today. And then progression, right? So that's what you saw across there today, except for now it has grass. But we are able to move that park manager in there and ensure that longevity and security of that state's gem there at Fort Sisseton. I've talked about this one before at the commission meetings, the Pelican Lake Welcome Center. We've hosted quite a few tours. Mr. Roebling's been here recently, but we hosted Every Role, Every Impact here a couple weeks back. But you'll see they're kind of a during construction phase, and then finished as what it looks like here this last week, right? It's getting healed in, staff's moved in, operating out of there. We've had meetings, I've heard some folks in the community going, hey, cool, you got a meeting room? So we've had a couple outside people have meeting rooms in there, but it's kind of designed to have this classroom and then outdoor education experience as we walk out those doors and go to an archery range and a field archery course, so. Okay, so Seachy Hollow. Why do we got this little building sitting on a trailer? Well, we built a new office out at Pelican, when this has what a lot of people see as a entrance booth sitting at a state park. And so this thing, we picked it up and had it ready to move out of sight and went, well, before we just set this down, does anyone have a need? Well, Seachy Hollow doesn't have any type of entrance station or a ranger station, or where do people go to get their information to buy their park entrance licenses, to meet staff when we're down there. So it doesn't really cost us much, let's just haul it over there. So we picked that up and we hauled that from Pelican and Watertown all the way to Seachy Hollow, and staff were able to drop that off. So we are also, we try to experiment, right? Like we worked with the Aberdeen schools to build these cabins at ATEC. We've talked about that at a previous commission meeting, and we saw this on the tour today. Those are just getting finished, right? Like people just started renting these here last week over the 4th of July. So it was an interesting experiment. That agreement, we've been building them with the prison industries out of Springfield, and so kind of comparing what our options are. These schools want to build these. We bought them materials. And let high school students learn and use this as an educational opportunity to build these. They are relatively simple structures, like maybe depending on who we talk to. Some of the students had some pretty interesting times how to figure out that roof line and keeping shingles straight on them and those kinds of things. But it's good stuff, right? And really, you've seen them from the outside. They're really a pretty quality product coming from high school students. So those two cost Game Fish and Parks about $36,000, so roughly $17,000, $18,000 a piece. Well, that's a pretty good product for that amount. And then when we get them on site, staff builds the deck, they build the patios, the sidewalks. We added a pad, and then we hire a contractor to get electricity down to these sites. So, and they. Yours covers it, theirs doesn't. So they're for beds. We're just going to cover that publicly. These are really set up and designed for a family of 4, right? They've got air conditioning, they've got heat, they're available year-round, a full-size bed, 3 twin beds, and then table, electricity, that kind of stuff. So a listing of projects, and so actually the list of projects that we've got going on through the capital development program is really long. I just threw out some ones here that we're keying in on. We started building a cold storage building at Lake Herman. The storage facility that we had there was like a 30 by 30 cinder block building built in the 1950s. And it was leaking. We've tried sealing the roof. We couldn't keep the weather out. So it was just time for a new cold storage building. So staff started that here just on Monday. They're actually pouring a new pad for the fuel station on Friday, tomorrow. And so we're getting, that building's going, it should be up here, and we say in about 2 or 3 weeks we should have that one done. Staff are also starting on cold storage building remodel at Pelican. That building is an interesting story. Like, that actually came in a GPA that was bought a number of years back, and Parks bought it from Wildlife for like $1. Right, like, just, you want this, tear it down, get it out of here. So we tore it down and we put it up at Pelican. Well, if anyone's ever moved a cold storage building, your steel holes are never in the right spot, and your steel length is never quite the same length. So it was, at very least, a cold storage building, not necessarily a dry storage building. And so we had rain coming in and snow coming in. It's just time for an update. So we're going to reskin that building. It had doors in the wrong place, and so now as we've got the new shop up there at Pelican, and see how staff are utilizing it, we're putting the doors, overhead doors, in the different locations and that kind of thing. We're also going to be starting this summer building a cold storage building at Oakwood Lakes. That one's hopefully, as a Lake Herman gets done in 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to be starting up the Oakwood Lakes one here and have that built hopefully by the end of summer. But we've got cabin remodels. The Hartford Beach camping cabin. So that one on here is different as well. So Jeff likes to learn things, and so we're trying another method. So we're actually going to build that one in-house with our own staff from ground up. So a really cool opportunity. I was actually just talking with Jake over here about Hartford Beach and that lower campground and how tight it is and all this stuff. Well, we don't have a camping cabin in that campground. We really can't. Like, there's no way to haul a semi-tractor in and park a camping cabin anywhere. So, like, we're going to build one on our own. Like, this is a perfect place. We're going to be able to offer some really awesome opportunities there. Learn exactly, like, how much time. Like, we're going to learn the pennies of this deal. Like, that we now knows what the Aberdeen School District costs to build them. What are we going to spend to build them? How much staff time is that going to take? And really have some good comparison so we can wisely go about adding these camping cabins in the future. We talked about the suite remodels. We've got picnic shelters at Pickerel Lake to do, and Sandy Shore. We're going to remodel a Lake Ponset Welcome Center. If anyone's never been there before, we actually have a museum in that park office as well. And so we've recently gone through a whole bunch of reorganization artifacts in there, and it's just time to update that. We're really looking at kids-friendly, interactive. We got our park manager involved, our building maintenance folks involved, we've got our naturalists involved, and all trying to put together this really a good, welcoming, let's bring the kiddos into this office-style museum. So that'll be a cool project. We talked about the new fish grinder at Roy Lake today, vault toilet remodels. Go ahead. So some other things. So we talked about Seachy Hollow in the booth, really embarking on this, trying to create a quote-unquote world-class trails park. Like, so this park only has like, I think we have 12 campsites there, 14 campsites, but it's 900 acres, and it's miles of horse trails, miles of hiking trails that are on the National Historic Landmark stuff. And it's all dirt and bogs and these kinds of things. And so we're really going to work on trying to improve the overlooks of the bogs, the bridges, the trail surfacing, and really do a full-on, how do we improve this park? It's really come up from, this is with listening to the community. The town of Sisseton really wanted us to improve this park. Like this, that's their home park, right? And they want more people there, they want more visitors, they want more tourism going through their town. And this is a reaction to how that community wants to use this park. Another exciting one, we got the Lake Thompson Day Use Area. That park was built back in the 90s, and it's a gorgeous park. I mean, it's spacious, the pads are large, we've got a cool swimming beach and wonderful boat ramp, and no picnic shelter and no day use playgrounds. And like, it's just kind of like, wow, we've really never developed this into a full package park, right? There's no real day use area. So we're gonna put in a road, a parking lot. We've got a picnic shelter, playgrounds, water, toilets, that kind of thing, going into that park, which would be a great project. We visited Fort Sisseton. You saw all the buildings we have going on there. We've talked about the maintenance programs with that, and every other year we do a historic structure maintenance project, which is really just, here's extra money. We know we need to do tuck pointing and address windows and doors and repair roofs, things that are kind of out of the norm for normal operation and maintenance budgets. And so that's just an every other year thing that shows up on there so we can help keep things spruced up. Nope, keep that track. That's their last year. You can help out. So Lake Herman Fishing Piers, that picture in the background is actually the Mina Modern Cabin deck. That was a project this last year. And that Mina Modern Cabin is an interesting tool because its life at one point in time was down to 49 occupied nights a year. It was in a grouping of group lodges, and it was a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom against like Lake Thompson's and the Sheps Canyons and the things that are just these big, huge, to sleep 15, 20 people, right? It's not in that realm. And as the prices kept going up, but this occupancy just kept going down. And so we've started playing with that a bit, and we entered the modern cabin realm, and we've had staff come in and remodel that, and a bigger bathroom and a better better accessibility, safer, but it's actually down to just 2 bedrooms now. And as of last week, it was year-to-date reservations on the books are 144. So it's really just been why we manipulate these things, why we change them, why we make upgrades is just to keep improving and meeting the expectations of our customers. So the bottom 3 on the right are things that I talked to Chris about, like, hey man, I need 3 things put back on there, and he's like, oh, too late. So as we talked about today, I don't want staff throwing cups at me from the back. So the Roy Lake shop, I hope that pointed out to you guys as we were leaving Roy Lake today. That's been a huge project in there. We started that in September of last year, and hopefully staff can move in here by the end of July. Right, like this has been in the middle of their operation with no real shop, no real storage, and the construction company in their back pocket. So it's time to move on with that one. We talked about the lodge parking down there and arrangements and trying to improve flow, make that more of an efficient operation down there and be able to accommodate more people. Boat ramps, we got a new boat ramp going on at Roy Lake this fall. We're gonna take out an old boat ramp there at the lodge building, maintain a rock area there. And so that's just a number of things, like all the things of the gamut, right? We hire contractors, we do a ton of work on our own. A lot of these are staff-led, but really they're all done trying to maintain quality, meet customers' expectations, and grow, keep our revenue strong. So, any questions? Amy thought she was talking fast. I'm like, holy smokes, like this is a hot seat today.
Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to say I am so impressed with the crew in the Northeast when it comes to doing things on our own, building things, renovating things, the maintenance and operation. Willie, it's a testament to a lot of the projects you just showed, but it's incredible the work we can do in-house, and I'm really proud of that, and I think we got to continue building on that. We have some incredible staff that are hardworking staff. It's easy to watch somebody else do it. It's harder to pick up the hammer and do it yourself. And that's what our staff are doing, and it just is a really super cool thing to see. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Nyberg.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Secretary Roebling. I've never been to Roy State Park before, and man, Willie, I'm impressed. And your team is amazing. Andrew needs to be complimented, Rebecca, yourself, Allie. It was just a great tour. Tell, and maybe for an agenda item another day, but your staff has to be exhausted if they're going to accomplish that all in next year, I got to tell you. But I'd like to hear more about the capital development / improvement program. Is it a 5-year plan? How does that work, Director Van Meter? And today's not today, but possibly in the future. Yeah.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from the commission? Well done. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to move on now. 17, reservation customer service review process. And Willie, you're going to stay right where you're at, I guess.
Welcome back. Yeah. So, Chairwoman Rissler, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling, it's been a day. You've heard me a lot. Willie Collignon, Regional Supervisor for the Northeast Parks. And next I'm going to talk about customer surveys, ratings, and our comment card system. And so just Jeff asked me to explain a little bit about what that is, how that works, how that rating goes, and so forth. And so a little bit of a shout out to our Adventure 250 program. So I went and I utilized all of the selfies and pictures that the public have been putting in about our park, right? So customer surveys, what are people saying? So I wanted you to see what they think are important out here. So go ahead. So in 2026, we had year-to-date totals, right? So that was just as of last week, was 579 comment cards received electronically from our campers. And what happens is they come and they stay, and they have a reservation. They stay for whenever, how many nights, right? After they leave and check out, they get sent an email that has a link for a survey. So every reservation gets one. Last year, so currently our overall rating is 4.7 out of 5. I used the pictures down there to kind of give you a representation of what I believe 4.7 looks like. It looks like six people, 5 happy and 1 confused baby. So that's what I say 4.7 looks like. So last year, one of my counterparts in the Southeast, we were down in Yankton, reported on this same type of survey, and so Jeff asked to put those in there. So 621, that's how many total comments was last year. Year to date this year, 579. So people are maybe engaging in that comment system a little bit more at this point. And we were at a 4.66, I think that says over there, yep. So a little bit better than last year on the average, maybe some comments are growing, so. This is just an example of what that survey email looks like on the left. Don't need to read it all, but the primary is like, hey, there's a blue link that says, hey, take your survey now. There's a link on there. And then on the right is an existing example of what those survey questions are, right? It can be super simple to begin with. We ask for an email and confirm your email. Like we just talked with Amy's presentation, we do a lot of engagement through email. Find out what park they were in, what days they were at, and then we rate their overall experience, right? That's that one I reported there is a 4.7 from this year. They get a 1 to 5 scale, 1 being worst, 5 being best. And then they also get just a couple of clear, easy shots to do the same thing for facility condition, cleanliness, safety, security, value for the price paid. And then it asks them this kind of a breaking point in the survey. Would you like to provide more feedback? If they say no, boom, they're done and out. They answered 4 questions to move on. If they say yes, well, then they drill down. And so there's, where did you camp? Did you stay in some lodging and programming, right? And it just kind of starts, and it can dial down to quite a bit. If they want to spend some time, they can spend some time. I think it also asks on there whether or not from this survey you would like our staff to engage you, right? Like, so once they click submit on their survey, the park manager gets an email and gets their responses instantly. So that's part of it. Go ahead. And so what are those responses? Throw them up there, and cool, you can't read that there, and neither can I. So I'm gonna look this way, Chris. So this is just an example. So like Hartford Beach, these are actually direct cut and paste. So all of the missed words and the typos, that wasn't me today. So the hosts this year are doing a fabulous job. Everything is so clean and well kept. Beautiful campgrounds, friendly staff. Checked on us every day. The only thing I would change is add more camping cabins. Perfect. Great park, clean, well cared for. Vault toilets were clean and smelled good. That's how I base every park. If your vault toilets are clean and smell good, everything else will be fine. Excellent facilities. Camping experience itself was really good. Dump station was completed on time for its use when we left. So that was at Hartford Beach. They got a brand new dump station this past year, and these campers were one of those first folks like, yep, all right, we get to use this on our way out. Very peaceful visit. Cabins are amazing, clean, comfortable. Great view of Big Stone Lake, and they were using the deck for bird watching. So again, we learned what they like, what they're looking for. Talked about our staff and some of the activities that they had from here, right? So this is the feedback staff's getting. Pelican Lake, nice and clean, friendly campground, nice horse trails, horse pens, appreciate the nice facilities and friendly staff. We stayed a week in cabin 1. It's right on the lake with a great deck, AC in the cabin. The beds were surprisingly comfortable, not really close to anything else, nice for quiet, but kind of far from the bathrooms. The main office is rarely open. I had to hunt down staff. If you need help, the campground hosts were helpful. So what do we get from that comment, right? So you get, all right, they liked it. They were in cabin 1. They appreciated the location, the peace and quiet and the views, but it's far away. And what cabin 1 at Pelican is something that we try and avoid these days is like, it's an overnight facility sitting in the day use area. They park at the fishing dock, and they're right across they use the same parking lot as the swimming beach and the playground, where it's not naturally to think like, oh, there's a vault toilet right here across the parking lot. They're talking about having to travel all the way to the comfort station, right? And so it's kind of sets this barrier tone of confusion and transition point in the park. So something planning-wise to try and pay attention to. Main office is rarely open. Well, we've just opened it, and quite frankly, we are learning what times are best, right? Our parks are not 8 to 5. Our parks are busy when the people are there, and so trying to figure this out, right? We've got a kind of a new groove, and so that's definitely on our radar. So great feedback. Everything's wonderful. Park staff are wonderful. Lake Cochran, it's our favorite spot to camp. It was rainy. They didn't get to go outside, but everything is always clean and ready to use, the best, right? And so that's just kind of a snapshot of what they were going on, the comments from this year in District 3. Another example here, so Roy Lake West Campground's beautiful, tons of trees, spots for campers. I feel like they are always making improvements, such as adding cabins and planting trees. Bathrooms are well kept, staff are friendly, right? So really these comments really start to build trends, right? Like, oh, people like cabins. They talk about them. They like to talk about clean facilities, friendly staff. And so like, it's really obvious what things become important to our guests, right? Go ahead. Man, I feel like we skipped one. Maybe it's coming up. Okay. I've been coming to Oakwood for 25 years and never had a bad experience. All right, so this is Oakwood. They're taking these pictures themselves. Go ahead. Oh, here we go. So the only bummer about our cabin number 1, so again, this happens to be at Pelican, was the people were consistently walking through our camp area. And we were in the middle of meals, doing things rather than walking the actual path that's behind the cabin. Wish there was better signage, something that doesn't bother the cabin people. So I went over and I asked Josh, like, so what did you do to this? What was your staff's response? And so the staff's response was, well, yep, general users have been walking in front of this cabin. We get that. They're going, again, this is a transition area. They're moving, even our campers are walking right through this cabin to go to the beach and the fishing dock and to the playground, and right, totally makes sense. Yes, there is an old trail that's behind the cabins, but it had been a bit grown over. There was even a tree growing up in the way. So the previous week they went in and they opened up that trail, cleared it up, made it more obvious, ordered signs to help reduce those conflicts, right? So that's created trends. People made their comments. We listened to their comments. Oh, they're right. We need to go take advantage of this opportunity, right? So great facility, clean restrooms, playgrounds for the grandkids, spacious level sites. We've stayed in the past and we'll stay again, right? So not just parents and kids, grandkids and parents, and activities that they can do. Level pads, spacious sites, those are things people are looking for. And so, yeah, go ahead. Hiking trails are wonderful. However, the map shows a trapper cabin and there isn't one. Well, so funny thing on this one is there is a trapper cabin and it's on the maps, and so their wayfinding needs help, right? But this was actually a comment that was coming, and so for the last couple of years, like I want to show off these signs, like we've got a lot of trails in our parks, and the things that was coming very obvious is that as our parks evolved, trails came from campgrounds. The campgrounds was here, I leave to go to the trail, I walk from my campsite to the nearest spot and access a trail. When you're a day user and you show up, I don't access that from the park. I access that from a day user, beach, playground, picnic shelter. Where's a trailhead? Is there water? Is there bathrooms? And then once I leave that spot, when I get to an intersection, what's there, right? It's not a camper going to the lake. It's day user coming from the other direction. And so wayfinding and on trails in our parks becomes a very important thing of what we do to increase that user experience. Go ahead. And I'll wrap up for any questions with our goal is happy campers and park users, right? Lake Herman gets the big old thumbs up from this gal, so I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Very good. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. We appreciate it. Good information. Good to know.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And with that, we'll move to 18, the RTP project selection with Mr. Nedved.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling, Al Nedved, Deputy Director for the Division of Parks and Recreation. Thanks for having me here today. Today's, number, like I said, number 18 is RTP project selection, which is the recreational trails program that we administer for the federal highway. We'll get to that there shortly. We thought this would also be a great opportunity to visit a little bit about our trails in general in our state parks. Trails are just amazing ways to immerse people into the outdoors and allow people to enjoy a great experience in a way that's safe and has a broad application to a wide range of users there. And with state parks, we're obviously a lot into camping and boating access and those kind of things, but trails is really a really big part of what we do as well. We just have a lot of great opportunities out there for trails, and thought this would be a great time to maybe highlight some of those neat areas we have in our state parks for trails and kind of what trails mean to our visitors. So this slide kind of highlights kind of the numbers for trails in our state parks. 52 out of the 63 state parks and recreation areas do have designated trails in them. We have over 260 named trails that cover over 400 miles of hiking and biking and horseback riding and other opportunities there. Over 1,275 miles of snowmobile trails that are part of our trail system. And we also have 150 miles of canoe trails. Those are primarily on the Big Sioux River that provide launching and some primitive camping opportunities along the Big Sioux River for canoeists and kayakers there. And then 19 fully accessible trails that are typically hard surface trails that have the width and the grades and the various design characteristics that make them accessible for ADA access as well, covering over 31.5 miles. So what kind of activities occur on our trails? You see on the bottom there, hiking is the big one, biking, but also horseback riding, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, canoeing and kayaking, snowmobiling, archery, and like I mentioned, accessible opportunities there. So a very broad range of opportunities that state parks provide. We do have some trails where we install counters on them, similar to our traffic counters that we have in our state parks. And we do that to try to get kind of an estimate of kind of what the trend use is on our trails. By no means are we able to put traffic counters in every single trail we have out there, but we started putting these on our trails to get a better understanding of what those use trends are with our trails, how many people are using them, and things like that. So we're continuing to improve how we kind of monitor use on our trails and kind of come up with a more standardized system of counting use on those trails, and perhaps someday we can maybe start reporting those numbers and those trends to the commission here as we kind of refine that process a little bit more, because like I say, it's not a perfect science with trails, because they obviously people can get on and off them at different points. There's just like a lot of trails that are kind of small and probably isn't feasible to install a traffic counter on there. So overall, you like say our current traffic counter systems are reporting over 1.6 million trail visits annually, which again I feel is kind of understated. I feel it's a lot more, but still, with 8 million visitations we have yearly, that's a big chunk of our visitations that use our trail systems in our state parks. So, next slide. This just came into my inbox just a couple days ago. A survey from the Outdoor Industry Association that just ranked the top 5 outdoor recreation activities nationwide. And as you can see on the graph there, it starts off with hiking, road running, fishing, camping, and bicycling. So as you can see, 3 out of those 5 activities are trail-related activities that Americans feel are a big part of their outdoor recreation activities. In 2024, we also did a survey of our campers, and we surveyed them for a variety of interests, what they prefer to do when they're camping, different activities, things we can do to help improve their experience while they're there camping. And again, this survey clearly showed that our campers love their trails as well. 66% of campers like to hike, 45% of campers like to bike, and then kind of some of the more specialized types of trail activities were a little bit less, but nonetheless kind of fall in line with some of the national trends that we see with mountain biking, trail running, horseback riding, and cross-country skiing. So again, our trails are a very vital part of the camping experience as well. Thought this was worth mentioning as well. We have trails that are just within our state parks that we manage specifically as part of those state park units, but in certain areas and at certain points in time, we've also cooperated on trail projects that help connect state parks to a nearby community. And I kind of quickly identified about 7 of those areas where we've helped either through our recreational trails program or otherwise, we've cooperated with trail systems that help connect our parks to some of those communities. Some examples there are Farm Island has a trail system that connects into Pierre. Wahi Downstream Recreation Area has a trail system that connects into Fort Pierre. One of the longest standing projects we've had for a long time is the Yankton Trail, the one that connects from Lewis and Clark through Chief White Crane and Pearson Ranch all the way into town to Yankton there as well. Custer State Park has a trail that connects itself with not only Custer, but the George S. Mickelson Trail in Custer as well, so that's a very popular connector trail. The city of Madison has a trail that goes out to Johnson's Point, Lakeside Use area there, and that's kind of one of the projects that's kind of ongoing. The vision there is to have a trail completely around the lake there and maybe even connect into Madison or Walker's Point recreation area there as well. So I know that's had a lot of discussion about the future of that trail and some expansion opportunities. Big Sioux Recreation Area has a great trail system there that connects into Brandon and Sioux Falls. And then Sandy Shore Recreation Area is part of the Lake Kempeska Trail system that connects into the city of Watertown as well. And again, that's kind of one of those projects where we're maybe kind of one of the final links that we could provide some trails within the park that can kind of round out that trail system that connects into the Watertown. So like I said, the the key is, that these trails, people really find them valuable when they can bike from or hike from in town into those park areas in a safe way that kind of gets them off the traffic, gets them off the roads and things like that. So those are very important trail projects that we've been a part of in the past as well. And then, I'm not an influencer, and nor will I ever intend to be one, but I took the opportunity just to kind of think about this as I was kind of thinking, what are the really great trail parks that we have in South Dakota? And this is just my list. I'm sure it's open to interpretation or argument from other folks there, but I just kind of reflected back on my time with the department and all the trails I've hiked and all the parks I've visited, and just tried to think of what are the top 10 parks that have the really great trail systems, and maybe a couple honorable mentions as well there. But yeah, Adams Homestead Nature Preserve down in the southeast part of the state there, 1,000 acres of great cottonwood forest and very accessible, wide gravel surface trails that are very popular with runners and hikers and cross-country skiers. That's a great trail system down there, especially with all the history and the previous dedication of that area as a homestead and things like that. So that's a great trail system down there. Bear Butte, I climbed Bear Butte for the first time when I was a sixth grader, and then by the time I was done as a park manager there, I probably climbed it several hundred more times, and it never got old. That's a great trail system, a fantastic view from the top, and the history and culture that's associated with Bear Butte State Park is second to none. Custer State Park speaks for itself. Many great trail opportunities there, whether it's the Sunday Gulch Trail or the Lover's Leap, Centennial Trail. Just so many great trails there at Custer State Park. Good Earth, again, another fantastic opportunity. When we first opened that park to public use, we had very little trail development that was happening at the time, but when the public was allowed in there, they came in droves, and they helped us actually design that trail system, just kind of watching and observing where people wanted to go, where they found interesting points there. So that trail system has been a great addition to the Sioux Falls area. It has a lot of variety of native prairie restorations, woodland areas, and riparian areas that access the Big Sioux River. So that's high on my list there too. George S. Mickelson Trail, again, kind of speaks for itself, goes right through the heart of the Black Hills and covers so many great areas and so many excellent features, and its broad accessibility for families and other people of abilities has made that trail, just keeps getting more popular every year. La Framboise, that's kind of one of my personal ones. I use it every week. It's over 600 acres of just beautiful Missouri River, bottomland, mature cottonwood forest type habitat there. There's plentiful wildlife in that area. A variety of trails, single tracks to wider trails and mode and different things there. So it's a great way to step out of the city environment, right into a very natural, beautiful environment there in the city of Pierre. Lewis and Clark's always been a popular area for trails, most notably the Shoreline Trail that was developed many decades ago. That's always been a very popular area, in addition to some of the horseback riding trails and archery trails that are in the west end of the park as well. Newton Hills, again, very, very popular trail system there, very broad area with a lot of dynamic landscapes. Seachy Hollow, Willie referred that as, the potential of a world-class trail system. And it's unfortunate that while you got to see two great parks this morning, there was a third one that was just 15 miles away that it would have been nice to get folks up there, because that is a beautiful area. It's one of the few places in South Dakota. I think it is the only native stand of sugar maples in the state of South Dakota, which sugar maples provide good pancake syrup, but they also provide for a fantastic fall color, and that's probably what Seachy Hollow is most noted for there in the fall. But it's any time of year is a great time to be at Seachy Hollow. So, and then Spearfish Canyon and Spirit Mound is a great area, great prairie restoration area there. It's one of the only places I think you can stand, or where Lewis and Clark physically stood, and you can pinpoint a location where Lewis and Clark actually stood, and has the legend of the Little Devils that come along with it as well. So that's a great area. And then Union Grove was one of my favorite areas too, right by south of Beersford, is has a great trail system there that's open to folks. So those are kind of my areas that I love the most for our trails. There's a lot more. It'd be my dream someday to hike every single mile of trail in our state parks, and maybe I'll get there someday. But that's kind of a little brief history on some of the trails we have in South Dakota State Parks, and with that we can kind of get into the recreational trails program. The recreational trails program is a federal funding source that comes through the U.S. Federal Highway Association or Administration. Then that comes down through the state DOT, Department of Transportation, and then eventually comes to the Department of Game Fish and Parks. There's a process of how that money is allocated through the Department of Transportation. I won't go through all the details there on this slide of how that happens, but basically it takes a total contract amount. It subtracts a little bit amount that they can't allocate right away. They have to kind of let the bigger federal highway package come into focus before they can kind of determine the exact percentages and how much they can allocate Game Fish and Parks. So we hold about $100,000 back out of that, but original appropriation. But in August, typically that money does come back to the department, and so we estimate what that August redistribution amount is there. So in the end, when we get through those kind of estimates and calculations, it comes to about $1,199,738 that was available for trail projects for this coming fiscal year. It's an 80-20 cost share, that 80% of federal funds for 20% of state or local cost share there. And these projects are considered and approved by what we call the Recreational Trails Council. And this year we met on June 23rd, and what was kind of fun about this time is we got to involve some of you commissioners in that process. So Commissioner Rissler and Kirkby and Teal were part of that process to kind of see how those projects come in, the application process for both state projects that we administer and then also local projects that come in from local communities. So that meeting was held on June 23rd to consider all the applications. So. The RTP program is broke down into three categories. The first one is 30% of that allocation has to go to motorized projects, and then 30% has to go to non-motorized projects, and then 40% goes to diversified, which diversified basically means it's kind of a multi-use type trail, and it has multiple user groups that can utilize it. Pretty much all of our trail projects, non-motorized projects in South Dakota kind of fall into that diversified, and Federal Highway does allow us to apply non-motorized funding into diversified, so it just makes sense to combine those two amounts into one number, and we just kind of go off that. So from there, we divvy that out to $329,921 that went to the motorized program for projects, and then we kind of split that 700 or local grant applications, and about half of that would go to state park projects there. So these are the motorized projects that came in, and this is pretty typical. We don't get a lot of local motorized project applications. Typically, this funds does go to our snowmobile trail program, and each year these funds help with the purchase of a Tucker Snowcat groomer that they use for grooming and maintaining the snowmobile trails out there. We have 7 snowcats in the Black Hills and about 11 snowcats on the East River Trail system. So what happens is when they purchase a new cat, one of the older cats from the Black Hill system then goes out to the East River Trail system, and then we kind of locate the most aged or used up snowcat in the East River Trail system, and that one goes to surplus. So with 18 snowcats, usually the one that gets surplus is about 18 years old and still has some value. These go out for auction and people bid on them and stuff. So that's kind of the rotation process that we use to purchase those snowcats, and that comes with the help of this RTP funding here. And then the other part of the motorized section there is scheduled to be allocated for snowmobile trail easements. And right now we're in the process of securing some easements in the Black Hills Trail system, mostly in that area south of Lead and the Powderhouse Pass region there, where there's some rapid development going on there, where we typically had annual agreements for access on those areas, and as those areas become more and more developed, it's becoming necessary to secure more permanent access so that we can make sure that we have access into the city of Lead and some of those other commercial areas there in that part of the Black Hills Trail system. So those were the motorized projects. For the non-motorized game fish and parks projects, we had basically 3 projects. One was the Palisades Trail, which would be to construct a new aggregate surface trail at Palisades, which is part of the new I call it the new part of the park, where we acquired some property there and developed that several years ago, and we continue to develop and enhance that area with trails and other amenities to make that a good part of the park as well. And then another project was Sandy Shore. Like I mentioned earlier, that's going to be part of a overall Lake Kempeska connector trail there that will go through the park and kind of connect up both ends of that Lake Kempeska trail as well. And then each year we typically set aside some money for George S. Mickelson Trail maintenance and operation for RTP funds as well there. So we kind of split that out between a normal allocation and the August redistribution funds there. So that kind of rounds out what the Game Fish and Parks projects that were approved by the council as well. And then here's a list of 16 city project applications that we received. I won't go through every one of them there, obviously, but they come from a variety of communities, big, small, rural, you name it. A lot of different projects, a lot of great ideas that come in, including some from the tribes and other areas there. So So part of the process as these come to the Trails Council is to kind of help understand kind of what these trails, what they're trying to accomplish, what state of development they're in. So one of the biggest things to do when we evaluate these projects is to kind of evaluate what's the recreational potential for those trails. Sometimes they're very appropriate trail projects that provide great recreational value. Sometimes they might fall more into a transportation type of function, like a sidewalk or things like that. So part of the process is to try to determine which of these have the best recreational value, and if those that have more of a transportation focus to them, we can. There's also another program within the DOT called the Transportation Alternatives Program that those might be a better fit with some of those funding sources as well. So. And then we also look at, what's the project readiness, what kind of state of preparation are those projects in, do they have their match secured, do they have some of the engineering and clearance work done on them yet, so that kind of goes into the process as well. So in the end, the council considered and approved 3 projects for non-motorized diversified city projects totaling about $360,000. One is in Aberdeen, and again, these approvals just kind of hot off the press here, so this is just being released for the first time, but the Aberdeen nature area there, and I believe it's around the northwestern part of Aberdeen, has a trail system there as part of one of their parks that was ready to go. It's a good project there. And then a Falls area single track, which is a multi-use trail there, kind of the Great Bear ski area there in Sioux Falls there, that the Falls area single track, which is a kind of a mountain biking organization that's helped develop trails in the Sioux Falls area there. So that project will receive $220,000 to help develop those trails at Great Bear. And then in Fort Pierre, the trail that goes out past Marion's Gardens out towards Oahe downstream has a section of trail there that's still kind of a gravel surface, and they've done a lot of work to rehabilitate that trail in other segments of that trail. So this will help put a paved surface on the remaining part of that trail that goes out to Oahe downstream. So those were the 3 city projects that were approved by the council. So with that, that's about wraps up the discussion on the trails for the South Dakota State Parks and RTP. So I'll be glad to take any questions.
Very good. Any questions, comments for Al? Commissioner Nyberg.
Al, wow, a lot of moving parts. What's the timeline on these projects? You mentioned a year, so take Palisades, for example.
Okay. Through the chair. Once they're approved, we're ready. We're kind of rolling on them. We're starting to do the clearance process, get all the environmental work done on those, any remaining engineering work. Just kind of depends on kind of how those take their course on getting some of that preparatory work finished up there. But if all goes right, maybe fall construction is possible, but if not, for sure, next spring.
So you see a year's timeline to get them completed?
Potentially, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah. You mentioned trail counters. What are some of the parks that we have trail counters in?
Through the chair, I believe we got them. Pretty much all of our recreation areas, and probably the more popular ones, like at Lewis and Clark and
Good Earth would be an example.
Good Earth has one, and I know Good Earth has one there as well. So
yeah. I appreciate your report because I don't think the general public realizes the amount of work you guys put into the trail system and the complexity of the trail system. So good job. And I think Al's top picks, you covered yourself with the Northeast with Willie, Rebecca, and Andrew covering.
No bias. No bias.
Yeah, CC Hollow. But Rebecca would probably challenge you and say that the island trail around Roy Lake is probably one of the nicer ones.
I love that trail as well. Yep.
Good job.
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Spring.
are you involved with trails like the four-wheeler trails and the high hills where they have ramps over the fences, and I've been up in there hunting and seen a lot of trails where the four-wheelers run. Somebody built all this stuff. Is that part of the department or not?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Springs, no. The Game Fish and Parks does not have involvement in the Black Hills Trail System. That is predominantly the U.S. Forest Service that manages those trails. So.
Well, does the Forest Service do that, or who puts all that up, or do you know?
I assume the Forest Service does that. I don't know if they may have some local volunteer groups maybe that help out with some of those things, but for the most part, I'd say the Forest Service handles those. But if there's any specific ones that you had in mind, we could sure take a look at them.
Thank you.
Any other questions and/or comments? Seeing none, great report. Thank you for including the commission, some of the commissioners on that. It's good to see how that is decided and the variety of folks that help make those choices. So thank you.
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
And with that, we're going to move to 19, and just so we know, for today, we will do 19, 20, and we will take 21. That is an action item, and then we will be done for today. So at this time, 19.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling, good afternoon. All right. My name is Cassie Banky. Before we dive into this, I'm going to give you a brief little introduction of who I am, what I do. Then I'm going to give you a scope of some of the programs, district level, regional, statewide, and then we'll dive into Go Outdoors, some of the updates, how users and staff use it, and all the cool benefits. So I am the naturalist out of the Watertown area. I've been in this position full-time for like 5 years, 5-ish, time flies. Prior to that, I was a seasonal naturalist for many years. The programs that I put on as a naturalist, I focus on education programs, outreach, program development, basically anything I can do to connect families to the outdoors in meaningful ways. So these things that I'm doing mean a lot to me. My family and I are users ourselves. We spend a lot of time in the parks, in the outdoors. My husband's a conservation officer in Dual County, and we're raising 2 cute little girls to love the resources that South Dakota has to offer as well. So I pour my heart and soul into the work that we offer, and it shows in the programs that are out there. So. Summer's been super busy so far. We've seen a lot of positive engagement in the programs that we've been hosting. It's cool to see day users interacting more with the programs that we're doing rather than just campers. We love our campers, but it's cool to bring more audiences out. And then the parks also offer such a wide variety of programs. Every park has their own certain little thing, and every naturalist that's leading those programs also have their own little twist on them as well. In the District 3, so the Watertown area, this is a cool program that we've been hosting this year. It's called the State Parks Social Club. It's a series program. Participants have to register for it. We've had 2 of the 4 so far. And we've partnered with small businesses to kind of try to tackle a different audience. So the first one was Blooms and Boardwalks. That was held at Hartford Beach State Park in May. That one filled up right away. We had a local fresh cut florist come out, and we made tulip bouquets, and then I led them on a guided hike all the way around. It certainly did bring out a different audience. They weren't really campers. They were people who followed this Birdies Blooms Facebook page, and that's how they came to us. The next one was Lures and Lattes, held at Sandy Shore. We partnered with the Coffee Lab out of Lake Norden. She made us fancy coffee, and everybody got to create their own fishing lure, and then they could take it home and go fishing and drink their coffee. People loved it. And then we have Paint and Paddle coming up at Lake Cochran, and Docks and Donuts coming up at Pelican Lake. We'll be partnering with the bakery, and they're making fish-shaped donuts. So people are loving them, and like I said, it's getting different users through different channels. So it's a little bit different, but we're having fun with it. This year, statewide, our park manager interns are required to host 2 naturalist programs in their time as park manager interns. And this year, our district took it a little bit further by setting a goal that every weekend that they are working, the park manager interns need to host a program. This is great because they're getting experience with the Go Outdoors system, kind of keeping track of that data, setting up those events. They're learning how to do things that are maybe a little bit outside of their comfort zone, communicate, deliver those programs. This is a really good thing for these park manager interns, and it's teaching them skills that they're going to use through the rest of their careers, no matter where they end up. Hartford Beach did one series. It was a 4-part series, and it was called Hartford Beach Heritage. That's what's going on in this photo. They used a carousel projector that rotated through photos, and it tells the story of the parks through time, their park through time. That brought in a lot of the locals. So that was another one that kind of tackled those day users, and it was really cool to see it shape out. So I've got a few little snippets. This is up on the Prehistoric Village Trail. This was a real painting, and it's one of the most high traffic areas in the park now. So it's cool to see what it looked like then to what it is now. There was a hotel down at Hartford Beach back in the day. It's no longer there, but it's many people, I didn't know that that existed there either. This is the big coolie cabin that was moved in. The Robar Trading Post is where we hold a lot of our programs, the information piece behind it. And this was the cabin that when it was moved in. And then here's some archaeological finds from one of their digs that they did in 1981. So these are just a snippet of the pieces that were being presented during those intern programs. And it taught that intern to learn the history and to present that history in a meaningful way. And they did a really great job at doing so. Another new thing this year was we hosted a 2-day seasonal naturalist and intern training at Newton Hill State Park. We invited seasonal naturalist interns and park manager interns from Northeast, Southeast, and Central regions. The West region has a great setup, so they just do their own thing. They've got their own thing, and we knocked it out of the park here. Historically, they used to do a 2-day training. In fact, it even may have been longer than that, but for sure a 2-day training. And then since my time being full-time, we had only been doing a 1-day, and it was really cool to see the walls kind of come down after supper on that first day. And let me tell you, we can move mountains with our team now by having that second day for everybody to kind of network and learn lots of new things. So this was really successful, and we look forward to doing it again. Working with the other full-time naturalists and park managers to put something like this on was a lot of fun, and I think it was very beneficial to our team as well. So I reached out, I wanted to give a list of some of the programs, and I reached out to naturalists in each of the regions, and I said, can you send me your top 3 programs between now and Labor Day? And not a single one did that. They sent a novel of all the cool stuff going on between now and Labor Day, which is a testament of the people that are hired to do this job. They care a lot. They're really excited about the things that are going on. And I'm not even going to read through these because I'm going to show you how to use the events calendar, and then you can go through them. A few cool ones. Hook 'em with Heroes is in the Northeast. The Southeast is doing an amazing race, and then the West region, the Custer State Park naturalists are bouncing around to Angostura and helping out there, and they're doing a Christmas in July there. So this just scratches the surface. There's dozens of programs all summer for the rest of the week, or for the rest of the summer, but I just wanted to hit some of those big ones that everybody was excited about. And I feel a little bad. I shaved their lists off by a lot, but it's a short slide. So now I want to show you how, if you are a user, how you're going to find an event. When you jump onto the Game Fish and Parks website, the top bar is going to show up, and where it's circled, it says events. You click that button, and then that bottom screen is going to pop up. It is overwhelming. You look at that, if you're going camping somewhere and you look at that list, you're going to say, what in the world? So there's a handy dandy search tool. So go ahead. I searched Webster for the sake of this program because we're in Webster, and the youth fishing event popped up right away. So you can search any community, any area close to where you're camping or visiting, and all the programs in that area are going to come up. So the Webster event popped up, showed me that only one person has registered for that so far, and that it's still open, so there's plenty of time on that one. Next, you can search by event facilities. So this is the tool that I use when I'm camping. If I'm camping at Pelican Lake Recreation Area, I click that event facilities, and it pulls up all of the Pelican Lake activities in chronological order. Really easy to read. Most of my events don't require registration, so it shows that. You just show up. Here's the date and time. Next is the event type. So for the sake of this, I clicked Hunt Safe in-person class, and I did 20 miles from Clear Lake, or whatever the Clear Lake zip code is, and it popped up that Hunt Safe class within that region, shows that it's open, shows that there's space in it. If you go to the next slide, there's a list of all the different event types that are on there. So Custer State Park and the campuses have a ton of events. They have their own event types. That's really helpful for their users. A lot of our naturalist programs, that's a good one to click if you're campers and you want to see where you're going, maybe picking what park you're going to based on the events. You would go by that event type. Another one is from the map. You saw that map a few slides ago with a bunch of red pings on it. Zoom in to the place you're going. I went to Lake Cochran Recreation Area and I clicked that, and it lists off all the events going on at Lake Cochran. And then if there are some events that you need to register, so this was Ponset, and I think I registered for it and forgot to unregister for it, so Isaac has me attending. That green bar, all you have to do, note that I'm logged in at the top. It says, "Hi, Cassandra." So that's how it makes it super easy. You log in like you're gonna make your camping reservation, buy a hunting and fishing license. All you have to do is click register to participate, that green button, then it'll turn red, just like that. And then that shows that I am registered. To check the events, next slide, to check the events that we've registered for, there's a little tab right in there. It shows the events and classes, and it'll bring up a list of all the events that you have registered for in the past and present. And then it also covers your waivers. This would be if there's like a learn to hunt, or if we are hosting an event, we ask if photographs are authorized, if there's any dietary needs, shirt sizes, things like that. It's just a form that answers some questions that we may need for our users. And then registering other users is really easy. My daughters are linked to my whole family's linked to my account, but when I go to register my kids, up on the top right next to that green bar, you'll see register other users or register a group. You can enter it in by their customer ID number. I don't remember that, but I know their names, and I searched Eden Banky, and she popped right up in the next pop-up screen, and then she's good to go. If you don't have an account, this screen will come up. Log in using MySD, and then you'll create a new user. If they are under 18, this is a really exciting new update. If they're under 18, we no longer have to create that single sign-on. We're still working on those last few little security details, but we're really close. It's live but hidden. When we get the green light from Brant that everything is secure, we'll hit it, and then youth under the age of 18 will no longer need to create that single sign-on account, which is a pretty big deal for our users. We're pretty excited about that. And then really fast, I'll show you how staff use Go Outdoors. When you log in and you click your Events Manager tab, the very similar screen pops up as to what we saw on our main events calendar. That's what you can search it, and then on the right side you'll see Create Event. This system helps us track our attendees, manage our rosters, make sure, like I told you before on those waivers, make sure there's no dietary needs or anything that we need to know about the students participating in our classes. And the biggest thing in my mind is that this keeps us consistent statewide, both parks and wildlife, by following the same format and having everything in that one-stop shop. I'm not going to go through this. This is just what it looks like when we're creating our events. You select your event type, you put the name of the event in, the summary, everything else from our side auto-populates. Like I told you before, those event facilities, I click the park that I'm creating this event for, and all the rest of the information goes in on its own. So this has made it super user-friendly. It was very easy to teach our seasonals and interns how to run this system. So we're really excited about the changes that have happened and everything that's going on with it so far. I think that's just the second page. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Very good. Any questions for Cassie and or comments? Yeah, Commissioner Nyberg.
Watertown.
Yeah. The only thing I would just say, Cassie, when you were talking about those activities and programs, I applaud that. What a unique way to connect people to the outdoors, kind of thinking outside of the box. So job well done.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move to 20, June, Camping and Revenue Report.
Well, here we are, almost the best for last, right? I'm too tired to talk fast, so we're just going to take it easy here. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling, if you turn to your report, you might be able to see this on the screen as well, but we'll just kind of run through this fairly quickly. Had a really solid June. Really looking forward to, as you heard earlier, some of our marketing efforts we're going to get rolling into now with the remainder of the summer. But June, for the most part, was good. We had a record weekend on the Juneteenth Father's Day weekend. We hosted more units than we've ever had in that. This year was kind of funny that way. We've had record weekends, and then they're generally followed by a slower weekend. And I don't know if we wear people out or what the deal is, but yeah, it's something we got to continue to work on. We call those hangover or lag weekends. So anyway, if you look through the various campgrounds in here, I think something that explains a lot of stuff is water, parks by water. You see a lot of the parks in here that are associated with a water body, and generally they're up. We had a warm month for the most part. On the other hand, there were some parks associated with water that were down, and I can tell you almost every one of them was related to maybe some slower fishing on those places. I don't know, fishing's fickle, as we all know, but water is a really key element to our park visitation, especially when it gets hot like this. You know, a couple other things to mention on this report. Richmond Lake Recreation Area, just a reminder to you, shocked at the numbers here, but the lake is being drawn down right now as we speak. They're going to replace that dam, so it's not going to be the same park without a lake there, just so you know. You know, another thing that we were really pleased to see, because this park has really been a struggle after years and years of being one of our just stellar parks, was the Newton Hills Park. We actually had an upturn, and I'm going to credit the local staff with that. They've put in a lot of local programs, really creative programs, programs that getting people out into the parks trying to find these leaves, these little glass leaves that they put together, and then they've taken advantage of our Adventure 250 program too. So your comment, Commissioner Rissler, about programs adding a new element definitely holds true there. Yeah, so anyway, for the month, we're just down a little bit from last year, but pleased with the results. Of course, we'd always like them to be more positive, but I think that's coming here. When you look at our year-to-date numbers, very similar story from what I just said there. Overall, we're down just a little 2%. Not much from last year at this point in time. So we will continue to work on that. We do think our programming, our marketing, hopefully good weather, those are kind of the three ingredients there. So I'm going to move into our revenue for the month of June. If you look at that, I would say this is the first month we had kind of a downturn in our park license sales, and I think that's probably a product of two things. Some the weather, but you know, we got off to a really aggressive start on marketing our park license sales this spring with the sticker promotion, just other activities we had with the Adventure 250 program and that's probably caught up to us a little bit. We're probably at that point where most people have bought their park stickers. Maybe we sold more last year at this particular time. You know, but we're down there. But the most amazing number on this report is if you look at the camping services line there, we're up 16% with our advanced reservations. We are super happy about that. Hopefully good things to come there. So bottom line, we're just slightly ahead of last year at this point in time with the June report compared to last year. Turn over to the year-to-date report. Again, we made some good ground from some of the previous months in this. When you look at licenses in general, we're up 1% overall. I would say that really comes down to two factors for the most part. Our double license sales for both residents and non-residents remain very strong. You can see they're both ahead of last year. And then the other thing is our Custer State Park 7-day passes. In spite of everything Custer's been through, they continue to rock out there with park license sales. So very happy about that. So camping, we are down 4% year to date, but last month we were down 9%. So we're starting to make some ground up on that, and we're feeling good about that. And knowing that we have some advanced reservation sales, that number should hopefully continue to increase. So that's kind of where things are at. I know you heard from a lot of my staff today with the marketing stuff. It's not just Amy here. I mean, Amy would love me to give her all the credit. She has really pressed our managers. We host weekly meetings with our management staff. What can we all do to turn these numbers around? And she's kind of our head cheerleader, but we have all staff. We got staff out there making videos and all kinds of things and trying to turn these numbers around, trying to sell those last campsites for the weekend, and we're seeing some great results. So let's look at the last page there, the 2026 year-to-date revenue, camping and modern lodging 3-year summary. Nothing major to point out on this. Again, very pleased with our park license sales, both annuals and dailies. You know, if you were to look at just this sheet, we've hosted the second best combined annual and daily license sales over the last 4 years, 25, slightly ahead of this last year. So we got something to shoot for there. Our camping units, again, we're hoping that our advanced reservations, that number continues to tick up. And then our lodging units, you were in some of our lodges today. They just continue to increase. Overall we're up 15.5%. You were at the Roy Lake ones today. Willie talked about this, up 14.1%. So really pleased with that. We know we have more capacity there. We know that's a major factor for the younger future for the younger generations. So we're going to continue looking at ways to build more of those. So with that, I would entertain any questions, Madam Chair.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for Director Van Meederen? Seeing none, we appreciate the update and the report. Thank you, sir. And with that, we're going to move to the final item for today, 21 elk raffle license. I believe Mr. Chad Switzer will be sharing information.
Good afternoon, members of the Commission, Secretary Roebling. Chad Switzer, I'm the Deputy Director of the Wildlife Division out of our Pier office. Deputy Secretary Simpson gave me strict orders to make this short and sweet because we are near 5 o'clock. But just want to go over item number 21 within your booklet. For those newer members to the Commission, this is a unique opportunity that I think the department has offered for maybe the past 25 years. I think in 2002, the Commission at that time put together within administrative rule an opportunity to provide an auction or a raffle elk license. So this opportunity is found within our Custer State Park hunting season, elk hunting season within rule. So when we have, say, 10 elk licenses issued for Custer State Park, one of those 10 is made available to an entity that can apply to the Commission through the department and work with us to advertise, promote, and raise money to help fund lots of things related to elk management here in South Dakota. So what we're going through here today is just the authorization for that, again, is in rule. It's available for any qualifying 501(c) nonprofit organization, and their mission has to be dedicated to big game management, habitat research, and propagation of big game species here within South Dakota. This has really created a really unique partnership opportunity between our department and those organizations here through time. So there's an eligibility and selection criteria within the rule, and I think that package was provided to you commissioners. We had one application for this elk raffle license. The South Dakota Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation was the submitter. We went through, obviously we've worked with this organization. I believe every year this raffle elk license has been made available. They've been a very great organization to work with over those 25 years, and so that's why we're here today, is to go through that process with you as a commission with the selection of that entity. Again, RMEF was the only application. We're here to encourage your support for their application to once again raffle this license out there and help bring some revenue back, not only for for Game Fish and Parks as a department, but they do spread some of that wealth that they generate out with other entities. That elk raffle license is only available for South Dakota residents, and that license historically was only valid within Custer State Park. And a few years ago, in working with the commission, that we made some changes, and that elk raffle license is now valid in any open unit in any season where there is a elk license valid and available. So just to give you a little rundown real quickly here, again, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, I believe last year they had, actually for 2026, they raised just over $50,000, and they're allowed to account for some of their expenses associated with the promotion and whatnot with that. So I believe around $42,000 will be available with some type of advisory board that entities, including our department, submit applications for the use of those funds that are generated. So since 2002, just to give you a little history here, actually RMEF has been the recipient of this for all of those years. With the promotion of their elk raffle tag, has generated just over $820,000 for use of habitat work related towards elk, big game. We've helped fund a fair amount of research and some other activities with that revenue generated. And just some highlights from 2025 that they submitted with their application. They worked with the department to help provide cost share with us for opening up some additional private land to elk hunting within South Dakota. They worked on a few updates and improvements to some archery ranges within the state. Just some highlights of some of their habitat projects, and I'm sure they worked on many more than this, but some of the highlights that I wanted to present to you here and those listening here today would have been some really concentrated efforts on aspen regeneration, restoration. We know the importance of aspen and that early successional habitat for elk and other wildlife species. They're doing a fair amount of wetland and riparian habitat work with that. And then we have our ongoing elk research project looking at chronic wasting disease and some of our cow elk survival and some of their movements, and they helped provide some funding for that, and we either used that for the help cover some of the costs of capturing those elk or the purchase of some radio collars. So great entity to work with, just like a lot of the other NGOs we work with across the state on various things related to wildlife management and habitat restoration, and those work that we work hard on both private and public land across the state as a department, and with cooperating landowners and other agencies. So with that, again, our recommendation would be to award them that raffle license, and we will work with them again to hopefully generate some additional funding for elk and big game management. So,
very good. Any questions for Chad? Seeing none, and we do have Commissioner Bartling is online, so when we move forward with this, we'll get a roll call vote.
I'll move to give it to them.
Move to give it to them has been made by Commissioner Cole. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nyberg. Any comments on that motion? We'll do a roll call vote. With that, Gail.
Commissioner Julie Bartling.
Aye.
Commissioner Bruce Cole.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean Kirkeby.
Aye.
Commissioner Kevin Nyberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Chuck Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Travis Teal. Commissioner Robert Whitmire.
Aye.
And Chair Stephanie Rissler.
Aye. Very good, thank you. It will go to them. Very good, thank you, Chad, we appreciate that. And that does take us to the end of today's agenda. Thank you, everybody, for your well-done presentations. It's always helpful when we can look at the work that's being done so we can make good decisions on behalf of South Dakota. We will begin tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. right here. We've got a handful of items left on tomorrow's agenda, so with that, we will be at a break in recess till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.